All right, y'all. Shalom. Shalom. So that. Right, you ready?
Shalom. How about Shem Yahweh Shabbat?
How about you? I'm sharp like a thumb. Lucky y'all for the tardiness. Make sure I got everything I need. Okay. Left that one upstairs. Hold on a second. Let me go grab this concordance right quick. 2 seconds.
Shalom, Israel. Hope y'all ready for another Milk Monday. We got up in here. Shalom. What's it say? Yashar Shakar. Soldier Kasadia. Akwashnin. Feed the Spirit. Shalom. Adawam Banya. Shalom. Daughter of Zion. Shalom. Chief Fellas, Charles Wade, Real Israel, Shalom.
Hey, Shalom from Indiana. All right.
Wow.
Do it. Shalom. All right, well, look. Today, I don't plan on keeping y'all too long. And I say that a lot, and I end up going overtime, but today I'm serious. So, it's got a couple things I want to go over briefly today. We're going to start with Esau. If we don't get to go over the other stuff, then we'll save that for next time. But I'm out of breath. I was running. But I was last couple weeks. He said stop using cow milk, start using almond milk. I don't drink milk at all. I don't know if I should do the precept. This is what it is. But we are here this week. I was supposed to have a debate with a brother who wants to know who Esau is. And that ain't what we're going to do tonight. He works and stuff, so instead of doing a debate and me wasting my time with him, Comanche, Gadite, Mashiach, Kwame Asherah, I'm going to Tekwapu. But my dad's father is Numunu and Blackfoot, and his mom is Cherokee and Shawnee. But yeah, so anyway, I was supposed to have a debate with a dude who wants to know about who Esau is. Recently found out he's a nut, so probably not going to do a debate with him because I've seen other videos that he's been in. Shalom. But yeah, I seen other debates that the brother was in, and he not somebody that I'm gonna want to talk to because he's not gonna listen to anything. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually just teach who Esau is according to the Bible and prove that he's none other than the so-called white man. Okay, and then afterwards, if we have time, afterwards, if we have time. My bad, it's like boss. But yeah, today we're gonna teach about basically who Esau is according to the Bible. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna give some historical analysis as well, so that there's no miscommunication, no misconceptions. So without further ado, let's get on into the class. We are Bible study school. So first and foremost, we want to give all praise to Yahweh by Shema Mashiach Yahushua. We are the sons of thunder Israelites. It's our prayer and hope desire that all Israel might be saved. So if you want to join the Patreon, please do so, because we have other content that you will not see here. You get a video depending on the membership that you get. And it's just a whole lot of content, including a podcast that you have access to when you join the Patreon. Right? So link is in the description section. Please subscribe and support the Patreon channel. Brother Ikarab and the other brothers that work with him on that work very hard, and they're doing their thing with the podcast and other videos that they make. So tune into that. Also the Facebook channel, the Facebook page, Sons of Thunder Israelites Facebook page. Y'all go and like that page, share it, subscribe to it, because that's where all our camp information is going to be at. The women and children are allowed back at camp, but for those of you that don't want to come due to the coronavirus and stuff, just continue to support the Facebook channel, and you'll get to see all the lives on there, because we're going to continue to post them. So with that said, for this lesson, as usual, you will need your trusty pen or your pencil. You would need your notepad, right? Notepad. You're supposed to write stuff on it, right? You're supposed to have notes on the notepad. You need your Strong's Concordance. One of the brothers got my new one, so had to bring out the old boy for y'all boys. See, you got your Strong's Concordance. If you don't have access to a real one, then you use your Blue Letter Bible on the internet, and you also have your Prudence Apocrypha Concordance. We will be using a lot of this one today. I'm going to show you guys some things in this and how important this is to have, because not a lot of camps stress this Apocrypha Concordance. Many of them use the Apocrypha, but they don't use the Concordance that has all the scriptures in the Apocrypha, right? And all the references you could go to find things in the Apocrypha. This is very important if you have an Apocrypha, because if you haven't realized it, a lot of the scriptures in the Apocrypha don't pop up on Google on purpose when you type them in. When you start looking for things, you have to do a lot of work to find something from the book of Ecclesiasticus. You have to do a lot of work to find something from the Wisdom of Solomon, or even Second Esdras, right? You'll never find something from the Prayer of Manasseh on the internet. I haven't. You'll never find anything from the Song of the Three Holy Children on the internet. I haven't. You'll never find Bell and the Dragon on the internet. I haven't. So what I'm saying is, you'll find all that information here in this Prudence Apocrypha Concordance, right? Just like everything you need to know about the regular Bible is right here in the Strong's Concordance. So be sure to invest in those things, man. They don't cost too much, and the price of them is well worth it, because everything that you'll ever need to find in the Bible is going to be right here at the tip of your fingers, right? And of course, you need your Bible and your Apocrypha. All right. And if you got this book, Brother Yakimia is going to recognize it. Worlds Together, Worlds Apart, right? This book. You can buy this. It's a Georgia State University history book. This book will give you all the information on the so-called white man and prove to you who they are according to the Bible. Why? Because Alexander the Greek Freak is in this, and he's also in the Apocrypha. We will get to him later. So, without further ado, who is Idumea? Right? Esau, Edom. Let me share my screen. Let me take this off the screen right quick. He says father-in-law Esau. If the Most High, has it that way, you know what I'm saying? He has to make it though. You have first dibs on it. You don't even know if you're gonna be there. You might be one of you might still get thrown in the lake. You don't get saved for captivity. You know what I'm saying? Thrown in the lake of America. But all right. So let me share this screen. Y'all gonna have to put a 777 or triple con in the chat. You can see this information. Let me go to my Google Drive. All right. Can everybody see this? Who is Esau, Edom? I got a book for y'all today. It look clear?
All right. I got that book downloaded on my tablet.
Yeah, see? Look, some of the books you don't even got to buy them. I got this free. Downloaded it straight to the Google Drive. So if you want it and you don't got an iPhone, I can send it to you. If you do got an iPhone, you're going to have to find it yourself. This is Who is Esau Edom? Here's the cover of the book. Got a whole bunch of Edomites on the cover. We're going to find out why, right? The thing is, though, with these books, who is Esau Edom? Unless they specifically mention Rome in the title, they're not going to adhere to all white people being the Edomites. They're only going to call the Ashkenazi Jews Edomites. And in this book, he calls the Jews and the Turks. But he cuts himself because he also says that the Romans that took over uh, Judea or Idumea are the Edomites. But then he tries to separate them from regular white people and say all those people were the ones that went to Khazaria and stuff. We're going to cut that today because a lot of you will realize that the doctrine of a lot of these brothers and sisters that think that Esau is not the so-called white man, their doctrine is basically the way it is, specifically so that they can call Esau something other than the white person. And because of that, they'll do whatever they can, find whatever piece of history they can to try to make it seem as if Edom or Esau has been destroyed, right? Or in like the Christian the Christian versus Israelite boards on Facebook are saying now, yeah, Esau has been intermingled with the other nations and no longer exists because he's in the mix, right? Which isn't biblical because the Bible tells us that in the last days, Jacob's supposed to render his vengeance on Esau, right? Yeah, the Most High is supposed to render his vengeance on Esau by the hand of his people Jacob, as it says in Ezekiel, right? 25:14. So we're gonna read a little bit of this book, just literally probably 4 pages of it, 5 pages max, and not even the whole 5 pages. But I'm gonna read it to y'all so that y'all can see what Mr. Charles Wiseman, if y'all recognize the name Wiseman, you should understand why he's only trying to call the Ashkenazis, because he's a German that doesn't fit the Jewish population. But Wiseman is a name that we used to have. Wiseman is one of the names that I showed you from the Nature Knows No Color Line book that proved that all these German and Polish last names and everything like that were originally Israelite last names first, and they went and stole them. So he's an Edomite, right, that didn't convert to Judaism, and because of that, he's trying to save face. But nevertheless, we're gonna watch him cut himself and then prove it more with more history and of course the scriptures. So let me zoom on in here right quick. Make sure I can see everything in case you want to screenshot. All right. So all right. Do you want to read? Can you see that?
You make it look, yeah, kind of. Where you want to start at? The left side? The introduction?
Like this look better?
Con.
All right. Read from Life and History of Esau.
Con. Life and History of Esau. Con. Esau was the firstborn of Isaac, and thus was heir to the birthright derived from the direct racial lineage of Adam to Noah to Abraham.
Okay.
Thus Esau was racially an Edomite, a Semite, and a Hebrew, the racial stock of the white race.
Okay. So they're telling you now that Esau and the white race, right, are in fact Semites, right? They're Edomites and they're Hebrews, right? Of the stock of Noah, Adam, right? All that stuff. Abraham. So keep this in mind now. He's explaining to you, he's already started off by calling Edom the white race, mind you, right? That's a cut. For those of y'all didn't catch it. Because later on he's gonna try to diminish this as if it started with the white race, but then they intermixed with people, and some of the white people ain't really white people. And the real white people are the ones that went to Judea and left Judea and went to the Caucasus Mountains and became the Khazars and stuff. So all the other Jewish people that was in, all the other white people that was in Rome aren't really Edomites. But he's not really going to say that. He's going to actually call them all Edomites, just like he said that Esau was the right race. He's going to do that a couple times, flip-flop in the couple of verses that we're going to see. Well, a couple of pages that we're going to see, right? He's going to flip-flop like Mitt Romney. So y'all pay attention to this. Go ahead, Ike.
Just as Esau despised his birthright in Genesis 25 and 34.
Hold on.
When he's,
I'm wild. There we go.
Just as Esau despised his birthright in Genesis 25 and 34, when he sold it to Jacob, he also despised his race by marrying strange women outside of his race.
Mm-hmm.
Esau
so his race by marrying strange women outside of his race, right? So this lets you know that even the white man knew that we wasn't supposed to intermarry, because this is a white man saying it was strange for Esau to have married the Canaanite, the Hittite, uh, uh, um, the Canaanite, the Hittite. Who was this? Was the Ishmaelite, right? And the Horites. So these are the people that Esau got with. He's going to explain it a little bit, but um, he's basically trying to say Esau did wrong by getting with these people, right? But the thing I want you to catch here, all of these nations that he's going to get with are so-called melanated nations or brown-skinned nations. So something that you got to catch is a lot of these brothers that think, Esau is East Saudi Arabia or Esau is black. Like if y'all saw that live that Assad and them did like last week sometime, I think it was last Monday. The actual brother who I was supposed to debate went on their show and said that the Jewish people were the Edomites, but they mixed in with black people and now they black. That's what he said. But when you go to Israel right now, you don't see black people. You see Edomites, white Edomites. You know what I'm saying? Red Edomites. So that didn't make no sense. But because brothers see that he intermarried with brown skinned women, they think, oh, well, ain't no way he's white because he got with these brown skinned women. Ain't no way, right? But they're forgetting history, and there's some historical facts that they're leaving out that Mr. Wiseman is going to mention. So let the white man cut himself with his own sword and explain to you exactly who Esau is from his own mouth. As he said, the white race, the stock of the white race. Go ahead, continue.
Con. Esau married the daughters of Canaan or Canaanites in Genesis 28:6 and Genesis 36:2. The daughters of Heth or the Hittites in Genesis 26:34 and 27:46 and 36:2. The daughters of Ishmael in Genesis 28:9, 36:3. The daughters of the Hivites, Genesis 36:2, and had intermarried with the Horites in Genesis 36:19-21. And he referenced the book of Jasher in chapter 30 and 28. These,
Hold on,
these
I just want to make a point. Y'all see how you see how Esau had all them women, and brothers is like, and I mean sisters is like, well, brothers and sisters is like, it wasn't right for them to have multiple wives back then. This is a man who didn't even get the covenant. He had how many wives? Hittites, Ishmaelites, Hivites, Horites, Gergesites. Like he's with everybody, bro. This Esau. This the caveman, the Neanderthal. So I'm just putting that out there for y'all that like to scoff the brothers that live that lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? Even Esau did it. Y'all ain't saying nothing about him. Go ahead,
These interracial marriages were a grief of mine to Isaac and Rebekah, Esau's parents, Genesis 26 and 35.
Mm-hmm.
The descendants of Esau from these marriages became known as Edomites or as Edom in Genesis 36, 1 and 9.
So as you see, all the descendants of Esau became Edomites or as Edom, right? So, or as red. Why are they as Edom, as red if they're not red-skinned people? Just putting that out there. All right, go ahead. The Edomites.
The Edomites also possessed some Israelite blood by intermarriages, as in the case of Solomon in 1 Kings 11 and 1.
And what he's not realizing here is this isn't the Edomites having Israelite blood, because once it's the man that determines the stock. So if Solomon got with Edomite women, those children are not Edomites. You understand me? They're Israelites. So this don't count in the way that the brothers be trying to say. How Esau kids is brown skin. No, Solomon's kid with the Edomites might have been brown skin, but we know that once Esau went to the mountains and started messing with each other and they were having sex with their brothers and sisters and stuff, wasn't no black kids to be found. That's how they were able to survive in the mountains for so long and work their way down, build the desolate places. We'll get into it. Keep reading out.
Esau and the Edomites dwelt in Mount Seir in Genesis 36,
All right.
8 through 9.
Go ahead, keep reading.
which the Most High gave to Esau for a possession, in Deuteronomy 2 and 5 and Joshua 24 and 4. This land was also known as Idumea, Isaiah 34 and 6. Wait, that's actually verse 5 first before we get to 6.
Yeah, he don't know what you're talking about. But we gonna hold your spot for a second.
I got it on my tablet too.
Yeah, okay. So the land of Edom. So hold this spot for a second. I want to show them something, right? Because he said that Idumea was Mount Seir. He lied there. I'm gonna prove it. See how you gotta watch Esau, because Esau will like try to tell the truth, but like keep himself out of it and his people out of it, so he don't really tell you the whole truth. Y'all gotta be mindful of that. You know what I'm saying? Esau's a cunning hunter. You feel me? So check it out. This is what he did, right? Let's look up Idumea first, and then we're gonna see what Petra looks like, or what Seir looks like, right? Ironically, just so y'all know, I ain't playing no games. It says, "What is Idumea?" and the first thing that pops up is Edom. Okay, just putting that out there, right? First thing that pops up, what is Edom called today? Damn, ain't that something? Why is this popping up? This is Google search, y'all. This is how the algorithms of Google work. Y'all have to pay attention to these things, because the brothers that don't know nothing but just tap their fingers on the keyboard all day, they don't pay attention to this type of stuff, right? So all I typed in was, "What is Idumea?" Question mark. First search result was Edom on the Wikipedia page, right? For those of you that don't know, Wikipedia is Google's page for multiple references, right? So when brothers have a page and they have multiple reference points to tell you where something came from, that's how it gets on the Wikipedia page. People make a Wikipedia page for it, or Google makes a Wikipedia page for it. That's how it works. And they take all the different sources from Google and the algorithms and they line them up and they put them on the page. That's how you make a Wikipedia, right? So this, as you see, Edom, Idumea, Smith's Bible Dictionary. It's even in the Bible Dictionary. When you type in Idumea, you automatically get Edom. So let's see what they're talking about on Wikipedia, since it has multiple references. I know they taught you in school Wikipedia is trash because people could just add what they want to it. But if you know how to track back the references, you can find out what's real and what's not. Everything on Wiki isn't fake. Brothers just don't know how to sort through the BS. Just like a lot of brothers don't know how to sort through the BS of like the things people teach according to the Bible, right? Some things they teach aren't really according to the Bible, but brothers haven't learned how to sort it out yet. So if you could read this, I could read from Edom.
Said Edom, Edomite.
Start here. Was an ancient kingdom.
Edom was an ancient kingdom in Transjordan, located between Moab to the northeast, the Arabah to the west, and the Arabian Desert to the south and east.
Okay.
Most of its former territory is now divided between Israel and Jordan.
Right. Now, keep reading, but I want to show the people right quick. This is Edom on the map right here, right? And as you see, you got Moab here, right? Kingdom of Moab, like we showed with Ruth and stuff, right? Ammon right here, right? It's really just supposed to be connected. And this is Damascus up here where the Israelites went and stole the land, you know what I'm saying? Edom is right here. Look how far they have Petra. So Petra's right here. This is Seir, right? They're going to tell you what Idumea comes from when we get to about right down here, right? They're going to explain to you what Idumea comes from. So I want you to watch the map where Petra is, and you'll realize that where they're telling you Idumea is in this very same Wikipedia, it don't match what this map is saying right here, which is why I told you guys that they make fabricated maps, which brothers still use to show their false understanding of certain things, right? Because they haven't looked at real maps. So they use fabricated maps, and these maps are the ones that people get tripped over, right? Same thing that was happening in the Book of Ruth. This is why a lot of these brothers think that Esau is in Saudi Arabia. So continue reading. I'll prove the point further in a minute. Go ahead.
Edom appears in written sources relating to the late Bronze Age and to the Iron Age and the Levant, such as the Hebrew Bible and Egyptian and Mesopotamian records. In classical Greek, the name was rendered as the cognate Idumea.
Wait, okay, so hold on. It says it was rendered in classical Greek, right? Meaning the Greek people are the ones that changed the name Edom to Idumea, right? In the book that we're reading, Esau, Edom, he's going to explain to you when the name Edom fell from history, when it stopped being used. And what Wiki is going to clarify, because he's not going to clarify it, is that once it was not Edom no more, it became the cognate Idumea. What is a cognate? For those of you that don't know, let's click this right quick. A cognate. In linguistics, cognates are words that have a common etymological origin. Do we remember what that word etymological or etymology is, right? It's the word where definitions are derived from, right? So the etymon, you feel me? So cognate is basically telling you that it's another word or a common etymological definition for the origin of certain words. So if they're telling you that the cognate was Idumea, that means the original thing was what it changed into. I mean, what it changed to Idumea from, which was Edom. So that means that the etymology of Idumea is Edom. That's why when you type in what is Idumea on map, Edom pops up, right? So now the question is, now that we know that Idumea and Edom are the same thing, who is Idumea and who is Edom? Who are they, according to the Bible and history today, right? So go ahead and continue to read this, and we're gonna get right into it.
Which geographically was a smaller area in the same general region. Edom and Idumea are two related but distinct terms, which are both related to a historical contiguous population, but two separate, if adjacent territories which were occupied by the Edomites, Idumeans, in different periods of their history. The Edomites first established a kingdom, Edom, in the southern area of modern-day Jordan, and later migrated into the southern parts of the kingdom of Judah. Idumea, or modern-day southern
Wait,
Israel.
hold on, hold on. Where you at? The Edomites first established the kingdom Edom in the southern area of modern-day Jordan, and later migrated into southern parts of the kingdom of Judah. Idumea, or modern-day southern Israel, Negev, was Judah. I mean, when Judah was first weakened and then destroyed by the Babylonians. So let's not worry about the dates that he's using or the dates that they're using here, right? Let's just take the information. They're telling you that Idumea, the place known as Idumea, after it was changed to the cognate to stop the word Edom from being ever in existence, right? They're telling you that it was only used as a cognate after the Edomites took over the southern kingdom of Israel, right? So that means that they didn't become Idumea until a certain time period in history. One of the time periods when Rome sacked Jerusalem, right? We spoke a little bit about this before. We spoke about from 70 AD to 73 AD, right? Today we're going to talk about before that, during the time of the Maccabees, right? So during the Hasmonean dynasty, we're going to talk about that today. So that's all I wanted on there. Let's get back to Esau, Edom, and let's read the rest of that right quick. I better get your pen and pad ready. While I look for this, read the message from Captain Nicarag.
Become a Patreon member and get pictures, podcasts, videos, and behind-the-scenes footage at Sons of Thunder Israelites on Patreon. Tawada, Israel.
There it is. This will be right here. All right. Can you see that?
But I got it on my tab too.
Okay, bet. So it don't matter where you read it from. Just read Esau and the Edomites dwelt in Mount Seir. Read that again.
Esau and the Edomites dwelt in Mount Seir in Genesis 36, 8 through 9, which the Most High gave to Esau for possession in Deuteronomy 2 and 5 and Joshua 24 and 4.
You can keep reading. I'm going to show them Mount Seir right quick. Go ahead.
This land was also known as Idumea in Isaiah 34 and 6. The land of Edom, Mount Seir, lies south of. The legacy of Esau, Edom. The Edomites were driven from Petra westward by the Nabateans. And
hold on. Salaki. Yeah, don't go there yet. Hold up. So, as y'all see, right, Mount Seir, as I showed you on the map on the wiki page, it said that the capital of Edom is Seir, right? This is Seir. What does Seir look like to you all? Can anybody tell me what Mount Seir looks like? What does this remind you of?
Like the White House, like the Jefferson Memorial.
And y'all hit the like button when you come in the building, Baba Kasha. Hit the like button. We get paid in likes. Feel? But look, what does this look like? This clearly looks like Rome, right? Anywhere in Rome. Don't matter where, just anywhere in Rome, that's what it looked like. This is one of the caves they lived in, freed the spirit. This is called Petra Rakmu, right? The cave called Mount Seir. When the Most High says, woe unto Seir, he's talking about this place. He's talking about the devils that lived here in these mountains, right? You walk right through that little alleyway and you in a rock hole. Like them scary movies where Esau be like trying to explore the caves and it'd be like big old alligators in there eating all the Edomites and stuff. This is where they get that from. Because they literally used to live in places. They used to explore the caves and go try to take out whatever type of creatures that was in there. You know what I'm saying? Eat the creatures forever, live in the bones, and that'd be where they live. That's they caught. You know what I'm saying? In the cave. So this is how they got used. Them living here is what made it possible for them to live in the Caucasus Mountains. Right? It was already ingrained in them because this is how they was brought up. They was brought up in the mountains. This is where they from. All them Edomites that live in the mountains of Georgia and Tennessee and Kentucky, y'all be wondering how these dudes just live there. How these Amish people and stuff be like there with no anything. They just away from civilization. Well, their ancestors did it for a millennium, right? A long time. So this is Petra Rakmu, the first home of the so-called red man, white man, Esau, the devil that the Bible speaks of. All right. Let's get back to Esau and Edom. Hold up. Go ahead. I'll continue to read. Oh, wait. Hold up. Because I want to make sure you're at the right spot. Read page 6, where it says the Dead Sea. Right over the mountain. It's right over the mountain range. I mean, right over the map.
Who is Esau, Edom? The Dead Sea stretching south to a seaport at Eloth in Deuteronomy 1 and 2, 2 and 1, and verse 8, and including the ravine known as Petra. After the conquest of Judah by the Babylonians, some of the Edomites who had mixed with the Jews in their land resettled with them in Judea in Jeremiah 40, verse 11 through 12. 2 centuries later, all of Edom was driven out of Mount Seir.
Mm-hmm. And there was a situation where Edom was driven out of Mount Seir in the book of Job, chapter 30. We're going to read that later on, right? This is when they were pushed from the mountains, right? They weren't pushed into the mountains here of Mount Seir, like some brothers try to teach you, because as the brother told you, Seir was the place that Esau was given by the Most High. It's in this book, right? So this was Esau's first home that we just showed you with the columns and the, you know, all that type of stuff, the big old eagle on the front door. So that is Esau's first home, right? This is why all his other structures are basically labeled after that. People that don't know history think that the Roman columns and in the Italian marble columns and stuff like that, that they think it comes from Rome. But they actually started doing that in the Middle East, so-called first, right? In Jordan, Petra Rakmu, that's where they're from. So these are the places where it's like really hot at, where the only place that they had to hide from the sun was the caves that they lived in. So it was impossible to call them white because of the radiation of the sun. Everybody that was in this area was red person, right? It's nothing but hot rocks around them and hot gravel. So it's gonna make them hot all the time, right? These people walking on the ground, probably barefoot. As their feet touch the ground, they start sizzling and stuff. Their whole body turns red. You know how it is. You see Esau at the beach sometimes. You ever been to the beach? You know what it is. Esau starts sizzling on the damn white sand on the beach. Whole body turn red. It's like he's walking in a skillet the whole time he's there. You know what I'm saying? So this is how the Edomites used to be. So it was impossible to mistake them for so-called white people or say that, you know, they're not red or whatever, because it was known back then. This is why his description is the way it was in the Bible, right? Because the first caves they lived in were still around a whole lot of sun. So let's go back to, let's go up page 7 now. Started the Edomites were driven from Petra westward by the Nabateans.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad you pronunciated that. The Edomites were driven from Petra westward by the Nabateans in 312 BC.
Now,
And
this is also something that brothers got to look out for because Jake likes to use the Nabateans or the Nabateans as a oh damn, look at that. Wow, I'm just flipping through Rome's thing in the book. I gotta show this. Hold on.
uh,
I'm just flipping through Rome in this history book looking for Esau, and look, I ain't even got to the page I'm trying to get to. And
Mount
they're
Seir.
showing me we're looking up the Roman dynasty in this book, right? Primary source. And look what they're showing you. The caravan city of Petra as a home and an origin for the Romans. We know who the
Uh,
Romans is. They're crackers, right?
that's
Look
right.
what you're looking at. It's in the damn history book. So now you can't deny what I'm telling you because the Most High did that on purpose. I never even seen this in here until just now. But wow, that's crazy. All right, so
It's
that's
just,
crazy.
it
Most
made
High
it
be
manifest. I'm trying to
most,
tell you.
most High be wilding, yo. Hold on,
That's
my
that sense of
computer.
humor the Most High got.
Yeah, he funny. He funny too. Look like The Rock is in the building. Shalom, blood.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom. So,
Hey man, you know you
If I came out
sideways.
upside down,
What you standing on the wall, Spider Man?
like,
What the hell?
what about
This
that?
man, you still sideways. What you doing?
you got to be right there, right there.
Oh, my screen's locked.
The man got his screen upside down and checking the camera. Man, you tripping. All right, let's get back to the program. All right, Nabateans. So you gotta watch out for the Nabateans because a lot of brothers I see nowadays are trying to say that the Nabateans wiped out the Edomites. This history is not true, right? It tells you that they were driven from Petra by the Nabateans. For those of you that don't know who the Nabateans is or the Nabateans, they are a sect of the Assyrian race. They are also Hebrews, right? They're Shemites or Semites, but they're like a sect of the Assyrians. There was an Assyrian group called the Nabatu, and the Nabatu became the Nabateans. Okay, so these people went and they conquered a lot of the Middle East before Esau's migration. I mean, his conquest with Alexander the Freak. So while that's happening and everything, well, before that happens, I mean, Esau's living in Mount Seir, and then the Bithyans moved their way down from Assyria and take out Esau. They basically drove him out. This is how a lot of them started driving themselves northward towards the Caucasus Mountains, right? This is where they started leaving the Middle East. It wasn't just because it got hot like they tell you in school and they wanted to move north and stuff like that, and their geographical features started changing. They started getting blonde hair and thin noses and thin lips and pale lips and hypothermia and all this other crap. No, that ain't what happened. Okay, they got their behind whooped by some Ishmaelites. The Ishmaelites kicked their behind and sent them up there to the caves. That's what happened. They were driven forth from among men. Okay, so continue reading. All right.
Time. And before the middle of the second century BC, they were occupying not only southern Judah, but also Hebron and the country to its north as far as Bethzor. First Maccabees chapter 4 and 29, chapter 5 and verse 65 also.
Hold on, Salaki. I see a question. I don't want to answer before we get too far because I don't want nobody else asking that question. Free the spirit. The Nabateans are not the Edomites. The Nabateans are Ishmaelites. They're two different people. Feel me? Nabateans are like, yeah, they're a sect of Ishmael that was running around with Assyria. They were called the Nabatu. And once Assyria fell, they split because they weren't really the people. And they changed their name or they became known in history at that point as the Nabateans. So yeah, they're Ishmael. Go ahead, Ak.
Come. The Nabateans now occupied Mount Seir, and the Edomites were driven into the old territory of Judah.
So they're driven into the old territory of Judah. Go ahead.
The Maccabean family, a remnant of the true Judites,
Oh, the true Judites, right? The real people. As if they know at this time that there's going to be some fake Jews and some real Jews already in the book, right? Okay, go ahead.
Had ruled Judea from 166 to 37 BC. And
From
under
the time of
Judas
John
Maccabee,
Hyrcanus to the Maccabees, all the way to Herod when he stopped all that in 37 BC. Okay, go ahead.
and under Judas Maccabee in First Maccabee 5 and 3, recaptured the city of Hebron from the Edomites in 164 BC.
Go ahead.
During the time of John Hyrcanus and Hyrcanus, 135 to 105 BC, the nephew of Judas, the Judites were again faced with the hostility of the Idumeans.
So, all right, at this point, we see, right? He's just considered the Edomites and the Idumeans the same people. Ain't no separation between Jewish people or any of that crap, right? He's straight up telling you right now in the book that all the people that got pushed out of Mount Seir, which is all the Edomites, are Idumeans. Go ahead.
Hyrcanus confronted the Edomites, causing a decisive change in the relations between the two factions. John Hyrcanus conquered the whole of Edom and undertook the forces conversion of its inhabitants to Judaism.
Right. So he what Josephus says, right? Because they're getting this from the book of Josephus, for those of y'all that don't know. So Josephus wrote that during the time of John Hyrcanus, right? The Jews basically were winning the wars at the time, and we were able to make it so that a lot of these Edomites were trying to follow us. So a lot of the historians, a lot of the commentary says that this is the beginning of when when the fake Jews, the Edomites that were in there from the Romans, this is when they started to convert themselves to what they call Judaism. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Thenceforth, the Edomites became a section of the Jewish people.
So now they're Jewish people, Jew-like people. They're a section of the Jew-like people. You understand me? Because now they're trying to act like Jews. Go ahead.
Thus, at this juncture of time, the Edomites were then incorporated with the Jewish nation.
That's not true, but he would like to say that. Go ahead.
And their country was called by the Greeks and Romans Idumea.
Now that is true. As you see, it was called only by the Greeks and Romans, aka the crackers, the devils, the deceivers that the Bible speaks of, Idumea, right? Which is the etymological, which is the cognate of its etymological form, which is Edom. As the man said earlier, the Edomites that were pushed out of Seir are the Idumeans, right? Continue, Ak.
But the tide turned in favor of the Edomite faction when Julius Caesar made what's this word? Antipater?
Yep.
Made Antipater an Edomite procurator of Judea. Oh yeah, procurator of Judea in 47 BC. When Antipater was killed 4 years later, his son Herod gained power but was rejected by the Judites. Herod truly gained the support of Rome. With a Roman army at his heels, he returned to Palestine, and after a 6-month siege, he captured Jerusalem and became king of Judea in 37 BC.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm trying to find this down. Yeah, could not find it,
bro. That's why Herod was ruling in Judea and Matthew. And
exactly. That's why Herod is ruling, because by the time Herod got on the scene is when they had already basically taken over Jerusalem, and they began to do all their mischief and stuff. The time of John Hyrcanus had already come. Herod had already started killing John's people and all type of craziness, man. So, that's the man got good history here. He's just dates, and he's a little bit like what's the word? He's biased with his history a little bit. Yeah, it's just Alexander the Freakman out there. I can't find it. All right, where we at? Let me see.
Page 8.
Rod was a shrewd and unscrupulous tyrant. Yeah, read that. Read the beginning of page 8.
Herod was a shrewd and unscrupulous tyrant and was despised by the Judites because he was an Idumean and not one of their own stock.
Mm-hmm.
Herod hated the people of Judah, and one of his first acts was to execute 45 of the leaders of the old aristocrats. How you say that? I say aristocrats.
Aristocrat? Where is it? I lost where you was.
It's after the leaders of the old
The leaders of the old
aristocracy to eliminate any rivalry for leadership. Having secured the kingship, Herod next destroyed the priestly line of Hyrcanus.
Right.
The last being Antigonus, who taunted Herod with his Idumean origin and asserted that the kingdom should fall on one of the royal family. Finally, he murdered Aristobulus, the last of the Aaronic high priest. Herod then sought to affiliate himself with the high priesthood through Miriam Mane, Aristobulus' sister and the daughter of a high priest. Herod even rebuilt the temple as it was in ruins from repeated sieges, part of which Herod was responsible for by his attack upon the city. The temple of the Most High became, in a sense, Herod's temple. We thus find that in the years just before the time of Hamashiach, Judea was controlled by an Edomite faction who observed the Judite name, land, and heritage.
Mm-hmm. So as you see, right? So as you see, he's telling you that the people that the Maccabees were in captivity with were the Edomites who changed their name to Idumea, right? These are the same people who, all the way up into the time of Hamashiach Yahushua and past the time of Hamashiach Yahushua, were the people that were in control of the Jews, right? These are the same people that we know after the time of Hamashiach Yahushua got driven from Judah, right? Went into Rome, went into the Caucasus Mountains, left the Caucasus Mountains, went back into Rome, so the rest of them were there, took over the rest of Europe, and then found their way to America, right? So how is it that anybody's saying, just with this history alone, right, knowing that Edom is Idumea equals Alexander the Freak, how is all the people from Rome and all the people that's scattered from this area not the Edomites? It doesn't make any sense, right? That's obviously you trying to save somebody that's not supposed to be saved. You feel what I'm saying? Go ahead, Ak.
Under Hyrcanus, the Edomites were forced to be part of Judean culture. But under Herod, the Herodian faction had control over the Judeans' culture and way of life.
This is why we weren't allowed to call ourselves Israelites. We weren't allowed to follow our feast days. We weren't allowed to do any of that stuff. So by the time Herod gets on the scene, he's continuing to push that stuff, right? Because at some point, he knows that his people were trying to be the Jews, right? He's on his Hitler stuff. Y'all want to be like the Jews? Well, we're going to kill them. And anybody trying to be like them, I'm going to kill you too. You feel me? So that's what he did. He took out the Hyrcanus family. He took out the rest of the Hasmonean dynasty. And then he slowly took out other people. You know what I'm saying? We know the stories about Herod in the New Testament. So things that happened to John and stuff like that. So like brothers have to understand the reason why these things were able to happen is because they had already took control of our dynasty. They had control of our temple. They had control of the whole nation of Israel at this time. And guess what? We're still in their possession today. These are the same Gentiles that took over the land of Israel and are trotting over the land, right? Until the time of the Gentiles be fulfilled. So how are they not the Edomites, right? No. Slaki. How are these people not the white man, right? How are the white men not the Edomites? How are they not the same people? You feel what I'm saying? However you want to say it. How are they not the same people? Because we know who's in the land right now. Go ahead, Ak.
Confounding the matter.
Oh, you know what? Nah, don't read that part because he's gonna try to mention intermixing and all this mess. I don't want to hear about all that. He about to lie. I'm trying to see. Yeah, because when you get here, he gonna try to say 20,000 Idumeans were fighting with Jerusalem, and that's some Josephus mess. I don't believe that. So it says the origins of the Jews. Read that.
The origin of the Jews. The Jews of today fall within two main types: the Sephardic Jew and the Ashkenazi Jew.
Uh-huh.
The Sephardim are also known as Spanish Jews and constitute about 5% of the Jews in the world.
Okay, so what he's trying to say here is that he ain't gonna talk about them because white people, the ones that know a little bit about the Ashkenazi people, they feel that the Sephardic Jews, because they have a little bit darker skin tone, they got to be Israel. But that ain't the case, right? A lot of them are either Ishmaelites or Edomites that mix with Ishmaelites. Fact is, we know because these are the people that kicked out the so-called Moors, the Moors of America, the Moors of of Europe, Spain and stuff like that, Portugal, were known as Sephardic Jews or the Sephardi, right? I might do a lesson on that. But these people were originally people of color. They were black, like really, really, really dark skin, like you see the Moors in Spain and stuff were. Once they got kicked out, the white people assumed their identity. In fact, just a little proof, a little history you could go look up. Luis de Torres, who was the translator that Columbus put on his ship. Columbus being a Portuguese man, right? A man from Portugal under the crown of Spain. He had a bunch of them, but he had actual Moors and Sephardic Jews on his actual ship. One of them was his main translator, Luis de Torres. So you can look that information up on your own time. That's how we know he was an Israelite, because he was a known Moor and a Sephardic Jew. And the Sephardic Jews during the time of Columbus were the Moors, the black people, right? So that's that. Go ahead, continue. The Ashkenazi.
The Ashkenazim are the East European Jews, which were found in Poland, Russia, Germany, and Western Asia.
Mm-hmm.
This group of Jews make up 90% of the so-called Jews in the world.
So he mentioned 5% of the Jews, 90% of the Jews, but he left out 5% of the Jews. You know what I'm saying? Because they're trying to say that, well, 5% of them got to be the black people. He's still not trying to admit that we the real Israelites. You know what I'm saying? So don't get this book if you're trying to prove that we the real Israelites. Get this book if you're trying to prove that Esau is Edom. That's what you get this book for. All right. We know about the Khazars, so I ain't gonna make you read all of that history. Start at the large majority of surviving Jews. Read that. It's on the next page.
On 11 or 10?
Right after the map. It's on 10.
Okay.
It's at the very bottom in the quotations. It's in smaller print. The large majority of surviving Jews.
The large majority of surviving Jews in the world is of Eastern European, and thus perhaps mainly of Khazars origin. If so, this would mean that their ancestors came not from the Jordan, but from the Volga, not from Canaan, but from the Caucasus.
Now he just cut himself, right? Because earlier in the book, we read that all the people from Mount Seir got kicked to the Caucasus Mountains, right? All the people of Mount Seir got kicked out by the Nabateans, right? So now he's trying to save face because he realized he mentioned Germany. His last name is freaking Wiseman. So he's including himself, right? So now he's trying to save face. No. So that means that the bulk of the surviving Jewish people, they're not really Eastern. I mean, they're not really from Mount Seir. They're really from Volga. They're not from Jordan. They're not from Petra. They're from Volga. You know what I'm saying? They're not from Canaan. You know what I'm saying? Where the brown skinned people from? They're actually from the Caucasus Mountains. So now he's trying to get on this scientific. What's the dude name that came up with the Negroid, Mongoloid, Caucasoid mess? I forget his name. I always forget his name. But that dude, he's trying to get on that dude's stuff, right? The Arthur Kessler mess, as if there's evolution, because he's trying to save face and make it seem as if all the white people in the world aren't Esau. After he just basically said they were, because everybody from Mount Seir was an Edomite. So go ahead, Ak.
And that genetically they are more closely related to the Hun, Uighur, and Magyar,
right,
tribes than to the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Khan. So you got to understand, right? When we talk about the Huns, a lot of y'all watched Mulan and stuff before, right? And you thought Mulan was an Asian girl, and all the people she was fighting with was Asians. Nah, they had Christina Aguilera playing Mulan because they knew Mulan was a damn cracker. You know what I'm saying? The dude she was with was a Hun. The Huns, Attila and the Huns were Edomites, right? Who took over the people over there in Moab and in that were living in the mountains of Asia and stuff like that. The Moabites and the Ammonites that hadn't migrated all the way east yet. So that's who the Huns were migrating with. That's why a lot of these Asian people are, white skinned. You feel me? You got the Xi Jinping and the what's his name, Kim Jong Un looking dudes because they're the Jackie Chans of the world because a lot of them are mixed with Esau. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, from the Han dynasty. So he's telling you that. So now earlier he said that Esau, right? Esau, the master and the head of the stock of the white race, right, is from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But in the same damn book, he's trying to say that the Khazars, who come from Edom and Idumea, are more Hun and Ugar and Magayar than they are Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So he's trying to say these people are more Japhet than they are Israel, right? Or more Japhet than Shem, which is a damn lie. Because Esau is, as he said, Esau's a Semite, right? Semite. He the fake one. So, well, a fake real one. You understand? He's really a Shemite, but he's a fake one. So, now he's going to talk about the 13th tribe and Alter Kostler. He's going to tell you that the Turkish people are also from Esau. So we're not going to read that part. Instead, we're going to skip down to about the best historical evidence. Read that, and then we're going to be done with this book.
The best historical evidence, therefore, shows that the Jews are not descended directly from the Israelites of the Bible, but derive much of their ancestry from the Khazars and other people of Turkish Asiatic blood. The Khazars are also of Edomite stock, and both stocks make up the present-day Jews, as a historian H.G. Wells states.
Keep going.
The Idumeans, Edomites, were made Jews, and they were made Jews.
Oh, okay.
And a Turkish people, Khazars, were mainly Jews in South Russia.
Now, mind you, as he said earlier, the Turkish people are the Edomites who were the Khazars. But now he's trying to separate them, right? Edomites were made Jews, and the Khazars were Turkish people. But earlier he said that let's move up. Oh, damn what I was trying to do. Hold up. Oh, page 23 now. All right, okay. So he said right here, right? He's talking about ancestor of the Turk, right? He's trying to say Japhet, not Shem, to the Japhet's grandson, Tagamar, ancestor of the Turkish tribes, right? He's trying to say that the Turkish tribes, the Turkish people come from Japhet, which is a damn lie. Because Esau, right? Well, Esau, his name was Alexander the Greek Freak, took over the land, and he's mainly the main predecessor, or the main not predecessor, but the head tyrant, I'll say, for the Turkish tribes. Because the main leaders that they have are descendants of Alexander and his people and his dynasty people, mainly of the Seleucid Empire. And the one that starts with an L, I forget his name. It's not gonna come to me right now. But Seleucid and the other dude he had that starts with an L, the other general, them are the ones that make up the Turkish dynasty. So they're not. And he knows that a lot of the crackers in the United States and a lot of crackers in the Middle East right now, well, most of them, and a lot of the crackers in Europe actually come from Turkey. As I told you guys when we were speaking about the Rosicrucians and the Knights of the Templars, right? I remember that name I gave you, Griffin. The name Griffin means man that came from the east, or he that came from the east, right? He's talking about Edomites from Turkey. So this man, knowing that history, is trying to save face of all the Edomites that really come from Turkey, the Queen of England and all these other people, right? They are actually Turkish, and we know that they're Edomites. So they're Turkish Edomites, which proves to you that the Turkish people are actually Edomites, not sons of Japhet, right? So that's just a little bit of history there. I wanted to put that out there so that people don't get caught up, because Jake Jake that knows more than y'all on Esau, he'll trip you with that type of mess and try to say
Con,
that the Turks are actually Esau. I mean that the Turks are Japhet, and Esau is only the Khazar people. So what are the rest of the white people in the world, right? He's going to try to say that they're Japhetites, which isn't true because Japhet was a brother of color. It doesn't give you a description for Japhet in Shem and Ham, which means that we can conclude that they're the same color as Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Adam and everybody, right? Because the only person that tells you was different was Esau. So if Esau is the only person that gets the description, he's got to be the only person that is different. You understand me? The reason why is because he is. He's the father of the Edomites and the Idumeans. So, last part, the Idumeans, Edomites were made Jews, and the Turkish people, Khazars, were mainly Jews in South Russia. The main part of Jewry never was in Judea and had never come out of Judea. Right? That's from the Jewish Encyclopedia. In the original stock of the Khazars from the land of Edom.
con,
So the book that he's getting the junk from even says that the Khazars are Edomites, which means that the Turkish people are Edomites, which means that the regular Edomites are Edomites too, and the Romans are Edomites. So that means they're all Edomites, right? So
that's right.
now that we've read that book, let me close this. I think he's on here, guys. Jonathan Robinson. This is the man who we were supposed to talk. Look, he's here. I think ain't that him?
Yeah, con
That's
that one.
Still
That's
waiting
him.
on the debate. Here, buddy. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. You come on in here, because I was telling everybody we might not be able to get the debate because you work on a time frame that we don't get to work on, bro. I'm giving
Right.
people the proof and the facts right now. So, if you think you could beat what we've already shown, be my guest, brother. Embarrass yourself in public. Go right ahead. Because I promise you the stuff I ain't showed yet, you ain't gonna have an answer for it. You still gotta explain to me, well, oh, he's still at the plantation. Why you commenting so much on the plantation, man? Esau gonna fire you, bro. Yeah, Esau, your boss. You know what I'm saying? The man that you think is your friend, he's gonna fire your ass, Jonathan. Come on, I put the chat in there anyway. You can find it when you're ready. So how do you know Esau color? Right on time, Jonathan. Here, let me put this right here. Bah, so everybody can see you, right? How do we know Esau color, guys? Can y'all tell me? Huh?
Genesis
How do we know
25.
Esau color? Let's get Genesis 25. All right, somebody started 19.
Con. That's the book of
And then after
Genesis.
we do all this, after we bring it full circle, because the reason we brought out the stuff about Esau, right, in the book first, proving that he came from Mount Seir, and from Mount Seir they moved after being taken out by the Nabateans, right? Not destroyed by the Nabateans, Jonathan, as you tried to say, right? But dispersed, as Mr. Wiseman said, right? The white man, it's his story, right? History. So he know how to tell it. You understand what I'm saying? And he's telling it like the Edomites didn't get destroyed, as you tried to say, Jonathan, that they actually got dispersed into another land. So let's get that out. Let's get Genesis chapter 25. Let's answer his first question. How do we know what color Esau is? Right? Take notes,
Con.
Brother John.
It's
Let's
the
get
book of Genesis, chapter 25 and verse 19.
bring it all the way out.
And these are the generations of Isaac, Abraham's son.
All right.
Abraham
So look,
got Isaac.
I want you to see what he's saying. Right? He's saying Genesis 25:25 says hair doesn't give you complexion. I want all of you to put big old laughing faces in the chat after we read Genesis 25:25. Okay? Go ahead, Ak.
Verse 20. And Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah to wife, the daughter of Bethuel, the Syrian of Padan Aram, the sister to Laban, the Syrian. And Isaac entreated Yahweh for his wife because she was barren, and Yahweh was entreated of him, and Rebekah his wife conceived.
Mm-hmm.
And the children struggled together within her, and she said, if it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of Yahweh. Verse 23. And Yahweh said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels. And the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger.
And the elder shall serve the younger, right? What verse? 23 or 24?
24 now, Adam.
Hey, y'all, brother Context is in the building, brothers and gentlemen. Brother Context. He spelled con wrong, but he in the building. He's back. Shalom, Brenton. All right, go ahead. Y'all ignore him. We ain't talking about carbon right now. I told him that. Go ahead.
Con. Verse 24. And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb.
There were twins in her womb, right? Now watch this, Jonathan. Listen, she about to give you the description of the twins, okay? Huh? They about to show you the carbon context. Go ahead.
Genesis 25, verse 25. And the first came out red.
Oh, wait, hold on, wait. Are they talking about his hair? His hair came out red.
No, the first came out red.
Oh, the first came out red, as in his skin, right? Because I've seen a child be born before, right? I think that you don't always come out by your head, first of all. In fact, if you're looking, Jonathan, I know you've never actually thought about this, right? But back in the day, our women didn't actually lay on a bed to have their kid. They actually took a squat on a stool and let the baby just flop out, right? You know how the baby used to fall out when you take a sit on the toilet and stuff? It's going to come out butt first. The baby don't come out head first when you squatting down. It just don't happen like that. So what I'm telling you is, how would the first thing that they see if the woman's squatting and the butt comes out of the baby first? Why are they talking about their hair? If they're saying he came out red like a hairy garment, it's got to be because he was red, right? Go ahead, continue reading. I'm going to show a picture. I'm going to show it because ain't no new thing under the sun. The Most High won't put it on Google if it's not possible, right? Go ahead, keep reading. Read the verse 26.
And the first came out red all over like an hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. And after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel, and his name was called Jacob, Yahweh. And Isaac was 80 years old when she bare them.
Now watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna show you red like a hairy garment. Woo! And he came out red.
Good night.
You ever seen a white baby be born? He came out red, Jonathan. No new thing under the sun, pimping. Pimping ain't easy when you're coming out red. Look at that. And he hairy. Look, they got hair, bro. Hairy garment. You understand what I'm saying? When something like this pop out at you, bro, you just like, goodness gracious, what is that? What is that? That's Mitch McConnell, bro, as a baby. Look at him. Don't say it, tell me. He was talking about his hair. All right. Yeah, wow. That's all you got to say, right? Wow. Look. We gonna be on, bro. Possible. You said on at 12. Ain't nobody got time to just wait on you. That's wow. That's wow. Wow. Yeah. Wow. All right. So, yeah. Okay. So now that we know that wasn't talking about his hair, Derek, your internet connection straight now. You good? All right. So now that we know when talking about his hair, right? Let's watch Esau sell his birthright and see what they called him because he sold his birthright. Since Jonathan's still talking about his hair, yeah. But Sunday is not a day I actually teach. I was trying to be like available for you on Sunday. I don't do debates on Sunday because Sunday is my off day. You know what I'm saying? Sunday we was doing a photo shoot for the camp. I wasn't gonna stop my camp photo shoot to have a scripture on you about. Have a debate with you about something that you don't know about. That would have been a waste of my time. I just put that in the scripture. He said that we put that Esau was red in the scripture. Read it one more time. I want to make sure that there's no misconception here. Can everybody put a 7 in the chat if you can understand that Esau was actually red and that it wasn't talking about his hair? Right? Because if you want to be real, none of them gingers have red hair. Their hair is orange, bro. It's the same color as their freckles. They're orange heads. Ginger. Ginger don't mean red, it mean orange. That's why Red Rock ginger ale, it's called Red Rock, but it's orange color. Because ginger is orange, So it's not talking about the hair. Brothers knew what the color orange was. Joseph got caught for wearing a multicolored garment, right? What I'm saying. I'm trying to ignore him. I'm trying to ignore the damn carbon scoffer, bro. He's wilding right now. All right, go ahead. Read Genesis 25:25 again.
This is the book of Genesis, chapter 25, verse 25. And the first came out red, all over like an hairy garment.
The first came out red, all over. Ak. You got hair all over your body as a baby? Explain that to me, Jonathan. You got hair all over your body as a baby? What baby do you know was born hairy all over? So if it ain't talking about his hair all over, it's got to be talking about something else that could be red all over, right? The only other thing could be his skin. The water for the donation, all right? That still ain't gonna make me not ignore you. You take that $5 back. I love you for that.
Oh man.
It ain't gonna take me that long to cut this, Brent. I'll pull you on after this. I promise. I'll pull you on after this. It ain't gonna take that long. We'll do the Mitres in the Star David afterwards, I guess, later on, some other time. But okay, back to the program, guys. Let's get Esau sells his birthright, right? Let's show that Esau is actually a red man, right? Not just because he was. Man, he's wild. Okay, so y'all have to understand, right? Esau isn't just called red because he came out red all over. He was also called red because of the venison that he liked to eat, that red pottage that he sold his birthright for. So let's also show you guys that, because that's a very instrumental part of the milk when it comes to this doctrine, right? So go ahead, read that again. No, albino is there's really no such thing as an albino. Okay, there's only leprous clean, leprous unclean, right? The white man has come up with so many different titles for that, right? The fact of the matter is, though, albino people, because I got to answer this. I knew it was going to come up. And it's perfect since we're talking about Esau. Albino people are always born with blonde hair. All white people do not have blonde hair. Albino people are always born with red eyeballs. They're red. They're what you call it? Is that the retina? Is that what it's called? The brown part of your eye?
Yeah,
no, that's
red.
Huh?
The pineal gland.
Whatever, bro.
The iris,
the actual pupil.
The iris. There you go.
Oh,
So
yeah,
the iris on an albino is red, okay? And they have blonde hair. This is every time facts. If you're an albino and you weren't born with blonde hair and red eyes, then you're not an albino. You understand? You're a cracker. So what I'm saying is, white people are not albino. All white people are not born with blonde hair, blue eyes, right? That's a genetic defect because they're crackers. That's all it is. You understand me? The blonde hair, blue eye person isn't going to have a black baby. His baby's going to be born with green eyes and brown hair. You understand me? Because that's probably what Esau looked like, right? I'm not one of the ones that's going to say he had to have red hair or orange hair and nothing like that, right? But we know that orange hair is a genetic defect for the red people on the planet, the Edomites, right? They're the only people that got it, okay? There's a couple Jake that got red hair, right? There's a little bit of it. There's a couple ruddy Jakes out there. But the red hair white people aren't albino. You can see the red in their skin, right? They can have white babies. Albino people have black kids. This is fact because they're really black, right?
Right.
Okay, let's move on from that. Nobody put that stupidity in the chat anymore. Go ahead. Genesis 25 and verse 27. Let's get that.
Genesis 25 and 27. And the boys grew.
And Salakia, the rock, hold Job 30 and 1. Go ahead, right.
Genesis 25, verse 27. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field, and Jacob was a plain man dwelling in tents. And Isaac loved Esau because he did eat of his venison, but Rebekah loved Jacob.
Right.
And Jacob saw pottage, and Esau came from the field, and he was faint.
Mm-hmm.
And Esau said to Jacob, feed me, I pray thee, with the same red pottage, for I am faint. Therefore was his name called Edom,
Right. Therefore,
And
was his name called Edom, right? Because he ate the what? Red pottage. He's a
Con,
red man that loves red pottage, so we called him Edom, right? The same people who we know was in Mount Seir, the same people who we know are related to Alexander the Greek freak. We're gonna read that in a minute, right? From a real history book, not somebody's carbon copied ideas, right? But a real history book, right? Not some opinions from Saudi Arabia and Esau's a black Jew. No, from the real his story of the white man. Okay, we gonna get it, and them admitting who they are according to their own story. Keep reading, Ak.
and Jacob said, "Sell me this day thy birthright." And Esau said, "Behold, I am at the point to die, and what profit shall this birthright do to me?" And Jacob said, "Swear to me this day." And he swore unto him, and he sold his birthright unto Jacob.
I
Then
don't think they
Jacob
see
gave,
how stupid this is. Go ahead, keep reading. I just want them to see how stupid that is.
then Jacob gave Esau bread and pottage and lentils, and he did eat and drink, and rose up and went his way.
Because he
Thus
loved that pottage. He sold his whole birthright for a bowl of soup, bro. Okay? Who do that? Where they do that at?
Esau,
Huh? Because he's got the spirit of Cain. Just like Cain didn't care to please the Most High, Esau don't care to please the Most High, right? Until you tell him his salvation is done away with. Then he's gonna start to shout it with tears, right? He's gonna seek the salvation with some tears, and once that don't happen, he's gonna try to steal it from you with the sword. That's how Esau is. That's his spirit, right? Cry first, kill later. That's how they do. Go ahead, all right?
then Jacob gave Esau bread and pottage of lentils, and he did eat and drink, and rose up and went his way. Thus Esau despised his birthright.
Esau despised his birthright, right? Just like Cain despised his birthright. Okay. So, the water for that. Let's get Job chapter 30 and verse 30. Oh, no. Salaki. We got to get the blessings. This is fundamental. 27 verse 1. Genesis 27 verse 1.
This is the book of Genesis, chapter 27, and verse 1. And it came to pass that when Isaac was old and his eyes were dim, so that he could not see.
Well, for the sake of time, I ain't going to go over that. What we're going to do is this. I'm going to tell y'all the verses where the Jacob's blessing and Esau's blessing is found. And if y'all want to go look at it, y'all can in your own time. All right, big fade, you're going to have to hold up before we give you the big fade. All right. So, yeah. All right. So, the verses for Jacob's blessing, you'll have to read to get the whole full understanding of it. If you don't have an understanding of the story already, Genesis chapter 27, verses 1 to 33. Okay. What else we got? Okay, and Esau's blessing is from Genesis 27, 33 to 41. This is when he gets the sword and all that type of stuff, right? Big Fade, just so you know, I didn't think he was going to be on here tonight, so I'm going to finish my lesson before you get to say anything. Anything you say, you're going to have to debunk the stuff I already said. That's how we're going to do it tonight. And once you can't debunk it, I'm going to let you go on your way. All right? Come. Okay. Job chapter 30, verse 1. Let's get it.
It's the book of Job. Oh, okay. It's the book of Job, chapter 30 and verse 1.
Mm-hmm.
But now they that are younger than I have me in derision, whose fathers I would have disdained,
Yep. Keep going.
to have set with the dogs of my flock. Yeah, whereto might the strength of their hands profit me, in whom old age was perished. Keep going. For want and famine were solitary, fleeing into the wilderness in former time, desolate and waste, who cut up mellows by the bushes and juniper root for their meat.
Right. So this is what they were doing in the mountains, right? This is for those of you that can't catch it. They are Shalom, Soldier Judah in the chat. But look, what they doing is they basically out here getting kicked to the Caucasus Mountains by the Nabataeans and the rest of the people, right? We are included in this, okay? So they flee to the mountains. We kick them out along with the Nabataeans. They leave Mount Seir. They get kicked to the Caucasus, right? From the Caucasus, we're going to see them move down. This is where they're going to, from the Caucasus, they start to build themselves up, as I told y'all. You know, they had their little dude convert the rest of the people to Judaism. The reason for those of y'all that can't put two and two together is because some of them had already converted when they were in Judea, right? So they move up there as the Khazars, they take over Europe, and then they move themselves back down. They take over, who else just hopped on here? Oh, context. He here too. All right, bet. We got a full house today, y'all. So look, yeah, so they basically get pushed up to the mountains, and that's what he's explaining to you here. So he's explaining to you the way that they lived in those Caucasus Mountains, right? Job isn't just telling you a story just for your own benefit, you know what I'm saying? He's explaining to you literally the way that Esau used to live in the Caucasus Mountains. Okay, so they were eating juniper roots, like literally mellows of like roots, like the roots that go over your house and stuff, that grow on your crib and stuff when you don't take care and manicure your property properly. Esau was eating those, right? Taking a boo-boo. He was defecating where he sleeps at. You understand what I'm saying? This is what Esau was about. This is why they have that inherent stench in them. When they get wet, what do they smell like? Wet dog and all that type of stuff, right? They stink when they sweat because this is an inherent gene that happened to them over time because of their situation in the Caucasus Mountains, right? Also something that I'm sure they inherited when they were in Mount Seir as well. So keep reading. What verse you want?
Verse 5.
Go ahead.
They were driven forth from among men.
So these people were driven forth from among men. Go ahead.
They cried after them as after a thief.
Mm-hmm.
To dwell in the cliffs of the valleys, in the caves of the earth.
Right.
And rocks.
To dwell in the cliffs of the valleys, the caves of the earths, and the rocks, right? There's only one person that we know, according to history, that lived in the caves of the mountains and the rocks. If you don't know the book of Job, Job is talking to you about Esau, right? He's talking to you about Esau. So these people, the only people that we know that lived in the mountains and the caves that have been known to live in mountains and caves were people known as Neanderthals, right? Even scientists, when you look up Neanderthals, let's see if any of them are black, or as Mr. Context says, albino, right? Neanderthal, right? What they call the primate. The reason they call him the primate is because in the white man's, as we told you, his doctrine, we were going against when we were talking about the Rosicrucians and the Phoenix and the Sphinx and all this stuff, right? Their evolution, right? They consider themselves, their evolution was them at their lowest state being the man that walks on all fours and lives in the caves, right? That's them on their all four primate state. This is why the what's it called? The griffin has 4 legs, right? But as you progress, they begin to get wings, right? They went from being this primate animal to the eagle. You understand me? So now they can soar in the sky. They can fly. They can catch their prey from above. You understand what I'm saying? This is who they were. This is what they were about. So we see that all throughout the Bible. This is why the book of Obadiah likens them to the eagle. Who is the eagle the representation of? Spain, Greece, Portugal, France, Rome, America. Who's running all those places? The so-called crackers, the so-called white men, the people that they think is Europeans, right? The ones that taught that they're albinos that left Africa and stuff, right? That's not true. That's a lie, right? Brothers that don't know nothing, like Context and Jonathan, repeat that stuff though because they don't read books. You understand what I'm saying? So we're proving it to you right here in the book. Everything I just said, you can go look up, right? So he's explaining to you who the Caucasians are. These people that were driven to the depths and the cliffs of the valleys to live in caves of the rocks, right? What does Caucasian mean, guys? First, let me show you the Neanderthal. Because we like to use etymology here, right? We're intelligent. We're a Bible school. What the hell is that? Salaki. Goodness gracious. That's Esau, ladies and gentlemen. This is the homo. Just homo. You see that? No homo sapien. He just a homo. All right. Woo! Google's 5, boy. All right, look. Neanderthals are hominids in the genus Homo, right? The original Homo, humans, and generally classified as a distinct species of Homos, Neanderthals, right? Though sometimes as a subspecies of modern human as Homo sapiens, Neanderthals, right? So let's go etymon.com or Etymon online and look up Caucasian, right? All in the eyes of the people. We're not hiding anything. Caucasian. Select my damn caps lock wouldn't cut off. I'm spelling it wrong now. Oh well, it'll catch it. Really? All right. Whew. Okay. Caucasian, resident or native of the Caucasus, right? It was made in 1843, meaning one of the white race. Golly. Okay, let's keep going. 1807, of pertaining to the Caucasus Mountains, with IN applied to the white race, as in Ian, right? Caucasian. We know Ian is, let's look it up. Ian, variant, suffix, and connective, in, or inus, right? Homo erectus, right? Here we go. In which the I originally was from the stem of the word being attached to the letter form in the Middle English, en via French. I was trying to see if they were going to tell you that it means descendant of or something, or origin of, or place of being, or something like that. But that's what it means, which is why you call yourself an American, right? Because you live in America. So the in is supposed to specify where people live or where they're from, right? So a Caucasian is supposed to be from the Caucasus Mountains, which is why it says Caucasus Mountains apply to the white race, because they're the only people known to live in the Caucasus Mountains, right? Okay, here we go with the Mongolian thing, right? Why are they calling them Mongolians? Because they know that the Mongolian people are related to the Huns, which are also Edomites, right? Mulan in it, okay? Now, says, who in this pioneering treatise or anthropology, right? Anthropology, we know that that's fake, which is what I'm trying to get Brother Brinson context to understand. His carbon dating isn't really accurate per the scientists that use carbon dating. But brother hasn't read enough to find it out yet. Anyway, it says that who in his pioneering treatise and on anthropology distinguished mankind into 5 races. He's talking about Johann Blumenbach. That's what I was trying to figure out the guy's name earlier, right? Blumenbach, the Caucasoid, Mongoloid, and all that crap, right? So he's telling you about all this stuff: the Native American, Ethiopian, Caucasian, or the Caucasian as the Negroid, Mongoloid, Caucasoid. Okay, and the Caucasian obviously comes from the people from the Caucasus Mountains, which is where Blumenbach's people are from, which is why he applied it to the entire white race. So those people that context are trying to say are, albinos, they can't actually be albinos, because the white man who's one of those albinos is telling you that we're actually the white race, a race of white people. And as the brother said in the chat earlier, we don't have a race of albinos. So this obviously can't be talking about albino people. It's talking about the race of people that aren't albino, that look albino, right? The crackers. Not saltine crackers, but the ones that crack the whip. You understand me? The slave master. Esau, the devil that the Bible speaks of, which is why he colors the devil red, right? The Bible doesn't say that Hasatan is red. You feel me? But it doesn't say that the deceiver is red. Why all of a sudden does Esau, why does his spirit just make him draw the devil as a red person? Because he know who he is. He came up with the word devil. It's Latin. It means deceiver, right? He know what he did. He told everybody he was white, which is what got people like Britain that don't know much thinking it's albino. When albino people are black, They got broad lips and thick noses and stuff. Albino people can't sniff their nose and drink the straw at the same time, like a white person can. White person could touch their straw with the nose and still drink the mess. You never seen that?
Hey, Salaki Adawan.
Yeah.
Can you move the screen of the rock face? The pinup?
Yeah, you see that? Esau can still have albino kids, but they're all albino. Don't make no sense. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, right. That's funny, right? Yes, yeah, exactly. Okay. Good precept, Russell. You didn't think about that one. All right, Malachi chapter 1, verse 2. Let's get that. Let's show when they move down. And then we're going to get Alexander the Freak. We're going to show you who they are according to the book of Maccabees. This is what the brother Jonathan is going to have to prove, right? He's going to have to disprove the Bible, because the Bible in the book of Maccabees tells you who Idumea is, and it likens him to the same people we were liking him to earlier. That's a problem. And you know how we found that out? Because you ain't got one of these. But I'm going to show you how to use it when we get there. Malachi chapter 1, verse 2. Go ahead, Derek. You got that?
Okay.
And Judah, since you here, you ain't read yet, you're going to read First Maccabees chapter 1, verse 1, all the way to verse 15. You're going to get warmed up.
Hey, Salaki, the brothers that you had on backstage, they gone now. They couldn't wait.
Yeah, I see Contact saying he's free, but we ain't free yet.
They was in the chat. They was in the chat, the little private chat up here. But
oh yeah, that's on.
Okay, come.
Yeah, I ain't looking at it, but I see them come. I see the number in the private chat keep going up. It's like at 7 now or something. So I figured y'all was talking to somebody. But
Salaki Adawan.
Oh, you good? I ain't mad. If you do it, I don't got to do it. Joel ain't gonna be screaming at me for going off the topic. All right, let's go. Malachi chapter 1, verse 2.
Book of Malachi chapter 1, verse 2. I have loved you, saith Yahweh. Yet ye say, wherein hast thou loved us? Was not Esau Jacob's brother? Saith Yahweh, yet I love Jacob. Verse 3. And I hated Esau.
He said, I hated Esau, right? I hated the atomic structure of Esau and his carbon-12. That's what he said, context. Go ahead.
Verse 3, and I hated Esau and laid his mountains and his heritage waste for the dragons of the wilderness.
Why did he lay it waste for the dragons of the wilderness? Let's see right quick. Why he laid it waste for the dragons of the wilderness, right? Because dragons, right? Them old dragons just like, you know how in the movies the dragons always go to the mountains and stuff. They always take over some big old mountain. You know what I'm saying? Because this is what they like in Esau's place too. It's supposed to be the place that's the inhabitation of the dragons of the wilderness. You know what I'm saying? What else we got? We got like, the kimono dragon loves to live in mountains, likes to take things up like that. The kimono dragon in Australia, right? This would be a place that the kimono dragon lived if it was found in the Middle East. It's the same type of place, right? The dragons of the wilderness, right? So these are the type of animals that these wilderness type creatures like, the creatures that like desolate land. They could just live in grazing, like the camels. You see the camels, you're just chilling, right? So this is what I'm saying. And let's see the type of people we find in Petra. Look at who came back to their habitation, right? These are blonde-haired people. You know any Ishmaelites with blonde hair? In white skin? Look at the hand right there. This is an Edomite looking at his former homeland, right? Come on, guys. Stop being stupid. Seriously. Come on. Look. Look at that. Look at it. Look. Esau everywhere. All over the place. Nothing but Edomites down there, yo. You want me to zoom in on it? Look. Esau with a camel, right? Look. Why is it that only Esau come home? Where are all the brown-skinned people at? If this is where they're from. Where are all the brown-skinned people? Why it's nothing but crackers? Look, more Esau. He got black hair, but he's an Edomite. You can see by his neck. Let's see if we can get a face. Let me look up people in Petra. Petra Jordan people. Okay. So they gave you some brown-skinned people here, right? But let me see. But it looked like every time there was a tourist, right? Every time there's a tourist there, It's an Edomite. They the ones visiting the homeland. This is desolate. Nobody lives here now, guys. So of course you're gonna see Middle Eastern people there. But why is there so many Edomites? Why is it that so many of them are attracted to coming here? Right? Because this is their homeland. They know nothing under the sun. At some point they're gonna be back. This is an Edomite. He's not Ishmael. I don't care what y'all say. This is an Edomite right here. They gave him a 10. He's gonna play a movie. Look, Esau. Let's go down. Hold up. Esau. Come on, y'all. And they always take that same picture, overlooking the top of it, as if they're the eagle, right? Viewing their prey from above. Come on, guys. Most High got a sense of humor. All right. So, what verse you on in Malachi?
I finished verse 3. I'm on verse 4 now.
Read verse 4.
Now, whereas Edom saith, we are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places. Thus saith Yahweh of hosts, they shall build, but I will throw down. And they shall call them the border of wickedness, and the people against whom Yahweh hath indignation forever.
Wait. Hold on. Say this one more time for Mark Cleveland. He said that the Most High did what with the white people, the Edomites? Huh? He did what?
Called them the border of wickedness.
So Mark, he called the Most High God of the Bible. Give me Romans 9:13 right quick, Judah. Hold what you was holding. Look, see this right here, Mark. Since we on the topic and you said something as stupid as that, this says that the Most High had indignation against these people forever. You know what indignation means? You need to pull out the etymon again. Because it's the reason why the Most High says in the book, well, it's the Most High and Solomon in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3. He tells you that there's a time and a place for everything in a season under the sun. There's a time for love and a time for hate, a time for war and a time for peace, right? Which time are we in right now? If the Most High said, I will deliver you into captivity to your enemies, and you will remain in the land of your captivity for a curse and reproach, subject to the payments of your forefathers for not following the laws of the Most High God, would you think this is a time for love or a time for war? After they raped, robbed, murdered our people, quartered us, and fed our women to alligators and dogs, would you think this is a time of love or a time of hate? Indignation forever, Ak. Let's look up indignation right quick for any of the scoffers before we move on, because it's only a couple more verses and we finish, right? Indignation. Brothers think I can't spell today. How do you spell this? Hold up. Here we go. I put an E in it and it was an I. What happened? Did I leave or something? Did I freeze?
Are you good?
Oh, everybody went silent. Y'all just. Oh, okay. I see what happened. Derek put himself on mute. Derek got background noise from the air and stuff. All right, look, indignation, right? Fury, rage, disrespect. Started in 1200. Okay, indignation, displeasure, a provocation, cause for indignation. Noun of action for from past participle stem of indignare, which is Latin, regarding as unworthy, to be angry or displeased at. So the Most High saying he's angry, he's displeased, he's at rage, fury, and has huge disrespect forever at the border of wickedness, Esau, who the Bible speaks of, right? So, and in Romans 9:13, read that right quick, God. What that say the Most High feels about Esau? Well, hold on, did you finish, or did you finish verse 4? Yeah, you did. Indignation. So it said that the Most High hates Esau and he has indignation for them forever, right? Mark, go ahead.
This is book of Romans, chapter 9, verse 13. As it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau hated.
as it is written in Malachi that we just read, Jacob has he loved, right? And Esau has he hated, because they're the border of wickedness, the people who he has indignation towards forever. It ain't gonna stop. So if we're supposed to be like our Father who is in heaven, Mark, we're supposed to hate what our Father hates and love what our Father loves, right? He says, hate the evil and love what's good, right? So if he hates Esau, guess what, Mark Cleveland? I'm going to hate the hell out of Esau too.
That's right.
Take the Holy Bible. By Shema Mashiach Yahushua. All right,
Yes, sir.
let's go. By the blood of Jesus. Come on.
Verse 5.
No, Salakia. First Maccabees chapter 1, verse 1.
It's First Maccabees chapter 1, verse 1. And it happened after that Alexander, son of Philip the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Chittim, had smitten Darius, king of the Persians and Medes, that he reigned in his stead, the first over Greece, and made many wars and won many strongholds, and slew the kings of the earth, and went through to the ends of the earth and took spoils of many nations.
Right. So this Alexander the Greek slew the kings of the earth. He went through many strongholds, which is every stronghold from Punjab to Macedonia, right? Let me show you the map of where the man took over. Since brothers don't read no more, they think they know everything in context, right? Look at this. I don't know how close I could get. Let me see where I need to show y'all. Let's start here. So if y'all can see all of that, right? I'm gonna slowly move it. This is the whole area in which Alexander the Freak took. Okay? This is territory. Not just the red area. The red area was just the Seleucid Empire. That's just one of his generals. You understand what I'm saying? He took all the way to the Himalayan mountains, if you know where that is. That's exactly where the Hun Dynasty is from, right? Mulan and them, Himalayas, okay? More proof that the people from those mountains aren't albino, they're crackers.
That's right.
So, here's what I'm saying, right? Alexander the Greek Freak. When you read the verse 15, I'm gonna read this commentary just so that they know it's the truth. Because the history book, right, the actual Georgia State University history book, isn't gonna give you no more information on Alexander than the Bible does. You want to know why? Because all their information on Alexander they got from the book of the Maccabees. They don't have no information about when he died, other than what it says in the Maccabees. They don't have any information about how he died and how long he reigned, other than what it says in the Maccabees. So when they tell you that the Maccabees is a book that isn't canon and that it's not supposed to be in the Bible, you ask them how they get Alexander the Freak out of here, right? And we're gonna prove it. Go ahead, I continue to read that.
I'm gonna start over from verse 3. And went through the ends of the earth and took spoils of many nations, insomuch that the earth was quiet before him, whereupon he was exalted, and his heart was lifted up. And he gathered a mighty strong host, and ruled over countries and nations, kings, who became tributaries unto him. And after these things he fell sick, and perceived that he should die. Wherefore he called his servants, such as were honorable, and had been brought up with him from his youth, and parted his kingdom among them, while he was yet alive. So Alexander reigned 12 years, and then
How
died.
long?
12 years.
12 years and died. So they ain't telling you no more information than he came up, he rose, and he died, right? And they started with telling you he's from Philip the Macedon. He's Philip's son, right? Let's see what the history book says. For those of y'all that don't know again, this is Worlds Together and Worlds Apart, Volume 1, beginning through the 15th century, right? Beginning of history through the 15th century. Everything you need to know in 1,000 pages of orange paper, okay? Volume 1. There's more than one volume of this. This volume in particular stops at, let me not lose the page. You get how many pages before the index? You get 500 pages roughly, right? Of information in volume 1, and in volume 2 you get the other 500, right? So this is a book. You could probably get it for like $100 online at the max. Okay, brother Brother Yakamya has already bought this book, and he'll be able to use it when he starts to camp in North Carolina. Okay? So, conquest of Alexander the Great. That's how we're going to start. It says, Alexander came from the frontier state of Macedonia from the north of Greece and commanded a highly mobile force armed with advanced military technologies that had developed during the incessant warfare among Greek city-states, right? Under Alexander's predecessors, especially his father, Philip II, who they mentioned, right? Watch how much information they give you on Alexander's father, right? No more information than they gave you in the Bible. Watch this. So, Philip II, Macedonia had become a large ethnic and territorial state. Philip had unified Macedonia, then gone on to conquering neighboring states, right? Importantly, Macedonia boasted gold mines that could finance his new military technology and his disciplined full-time army, right? The cost of heavily armored infantry and closely arrayed phalanxes, which is what they called their long spears and stuff, allied with large-scale shock cavalry formations, were supported not just from the mine's substantial income, but also from the enormous profits of slave trade. This is where slave trade started with Alexander the Greek Freak. Where did it end? In America. No new thing under the sun. Once again, but brothers don't put two and two together. Says, like many other successful conquerors, Alexander owed much of his success to the readiness to take risk. In his initial forays into Southwest Asia, right? Because I told you he ran all the way to Punjab, India, the Himalayas. South Asia, he outpaced and outflanked his adversaries, repeatedly taking them by surprise. Through these rapid assaults, he brought under the rule of his Greek-speaking elites all the lands of the former Persian Empire. So now they're telling you he took over the whole Persian Empire, right? We know how big the Persian Empire was. If you ever seen 300, you know how many people that Darius had, right? This white man took over what the Greeks had and
Out of one, you froze.
Yep.
Bad pick.
Indians in there.
So I don't want.
I'm back. We good?
You got to rewind about 10 seconds. You froze.
10 seconds. Goodness. Xfinity, what are you doing? Okay. So I said that Alexander took over everything from the Middle East to Punjab. So if you've ever seen how Darius's army looked, right, from 300, the movie, where he was fighting the Lacedaemonians, who the Apocrypha tells you are the Israelites. So even the white people in the 300 were black people, right? They were the Israelites according to the Bible, the slaves in the book of the Maccabees, which tells you the Lacedaemonians are brethren to the Israelites, right? We could find that book if you got your Cruden's Apocrypha, right? All you got to do is look up the word Lacedaemonian. It's right there. So let's go where I want to skip to because I'm going to read all these. So it tells you that he got all the way through the Persian Empire, which extended from Egypt to the shores of the Mediterranean. That's just the Persian Empire. He took over way more than that. He took over what they had, plus what the Greeks had, plus what his dad had, right? Plus what he was able to conquer during the time, which was Egypt. So he conquered basically everything. He had the whole world at that time, basically. The only people he wasn't in control of, with Egypt being the head country of Africa, right? All of Africa at the time. The only people he didn't control was the people here in America. Everywhere else he had control over. So if that ain't the earth being given to the hand of the wicked, I don't know what is, guys. It says, the result of this violent rampage was hardly an empire, given that Alexander did not live long enough to establish institutions, right? How long did it say he lived? About 12 years?
So
the Most High let him live after 12.
Through 12.
Right. Okay. So through 12. So he ruled through 12 years, right? Check this out. It says that he did not live long enough. Yeah. But his military campaigns continued a process that the Persians had already set in motion, right? Because the Persians conquered, made slaves. Conquered, made tributaries. Conquered, made slaves. Conquered, made a tributary. Until they had everybody in their nation, right? Once they lost to Esau, Esau did the same thing. That's why every nation that he goes to this day, he sets up a military base and he makes them pay him a tithe or reparations, right? That's what Esau does. He got it from the Persians and Medes. There's no new thing under the sun, right? Mystery Babylon, spiritual Egypt, Sodom and Gomorrah. Right? There you go. Persians and Medes had something to do with Babylon for those of you guys that lost history. So, okay. There we go. Now, says backtracking wife. Okay, Alexander's conquest exploded Syria, Palestine, Egypt, and Mesopotamia. Right, Africa, the Middle East, and Europe. Obviously, because he's a Macedonian. To the commodities of the Mediterranean and money-based economies. Right. Both Philip and Alexander issued gold coins to pay for their inventions. Right. This is where the gold coin thing comes from. All right. Who puts their faces on coins today, to this day, right? Is it the albino man or the Esau, the cracker, the devil that the Bible speaks of?
Idumea man.
I ain't never seen an albino on a coin. Have you ever seen an albino on a coin?
La.
I ain't never seen it. Never seen it. So it says, and to cultural ideas associated with the Greek city-states, Alexander found dozens of new cities named after himself. What does the Bible say about the white man naming things after himself?
I said in the first Maccabees.
If you could find that for me, because I can't remember where it is. If you could find that precept, find it for me, please.
Say it again.
The lands after himself or the streets after himself, somewhere along them lines. I don't want to butcher it. But pull that so we could prove it. Alexander founded dozen city-states named him after himself, the most famous of which was Alexandria in Egypt, right? And next, we're going to read about the Maccabees. Since the brothers got the Maccabees, we're going to wait till they get there. All right. So, what verse you on, Judah? Do you know?
I just finished verse 3.
All right, read that. Keep reading. Now that we know that Alexander took over, right, we can continue on with knowing that, you know, he's the one that's in control of Judea at the time. It's his people who took over the Israelites, right? And as Mr. Wiseman mentioned in the book, Who is Esau Edom, that we read when we first got on, right? They explained to us that the people that took over with Alexander the Greek freak were the Edomites that changed their name to the cognate Idumea. Remember? So with all of that in mind, okay, we're going to continue on reading First Maccabees now that we know who the people are, right? And we can show a picture of Alexander and all his people after this. Keep going on.
Salaki, I just finished verse 7. I'm going to start verse 7 over again. It says, so Alexander reigned 12 years and then he died. And his servants bare rule every one in his place. And after his death, they put crowns upon themselves, so that their sons after them many years. And evils were multiplied in the earth. And there came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, son of Antiochus the king, who had been hostage at Rome.
Oh, hold up. Wait, hold up. I want to see if Antiochus the king and the real one is Edomites or not. You know what I'm saying? Because brothers might be right. They might be albino. So let's just Antiochus. Oh. Antiochus, right? Antiochus the Great. Let's look at Antiochus the Great, the king, because the second one comes from him, as they just said, right? They said Antiochus, son of the king Antiochus. So this is Antiochus the third, right? Antiochus the Great. Do he look like an albino, or he look like damn, I forgot the white man name that hate black people that was working for Trump, that was the former district attorney. I can't remember his name.
Me neither.
That's what he looked like, though. He like the dude that always get beat up in the movies with the Romans and stuff, the old medieval movies and stuff. Look at him, bro. This is clearly an Edomite. Read that. Context. You think this is it's an albino? Really? That's an albino. That's an albino. Okay. All right.
Context won't stop typing. He won't stop taking.
That's crazy.
Context just say yes, he thinks it's an albino. That look like Peyton Manning. Thinks that's an albino.
Let's look up albino right quick. We seen this. Let's look Antiochus Epiphanes, so we can make sure we're not being biased. Let's make sure they're gonna give us two different pictures. Okay. This Antiochus Epiphanes. This Epiphanes right here, right? That's Epiphanes. Okay. Not albino. Let me see. Epiphanes. Here we go. Right. Antiochus Epiphanes. Here's Caligula. Right. Same people. We spoke about Caligula a couple weeks ago. Right. Here we go. You don't like albino, so they all got that square Alexander, Caesar looking head. So let's see albino. Albino people. Let's see. Do these people look anything like what you just saw? Look at the
Wow.
broad noses. Oh, well, this is an Asian, right? But look at these people. Okay, look at it. Do these look like them people? Even this dude. This is an East Indian albino or an Arab albino. He ain't really white. Look at his nose. Look at this. That's his brother right here. That's a. Come on, bro. Why don't none of the white people that we looking at got blonde eyebrows? I mean, blonde eyelashes. Look, all these albino people got blonde lashes, guys. They got blonde eyebrows, blonde lashes, all that stuff. Why don't Esau got that? Where Esau big old broad nose at? Where his fat forehead, man? Eve got that forehead sometimes. You feel me? Look at that. That's Eve, bro. That's not a white person. Look how big her lips is. Even this is Eve. Come on, bro. So that's a titty. Let me get that off. That's wild. So y'all wasn't supposed to see that. But this is what y'all gotta understand, right? None of these people look albino to me. The albino people look like brothers and sisters. And that's what a real albino is. So any other person is called leprous, right? The most I take their skin color from them for a reason. So this is what I'm saying. The white man isn't born with a defect, so to speak. That's literally how that's how the Most High made him. He came out red like a hairy garment, right? We already proved that. So, for the sake of time, let's get First Maccabees chapter 4, verse 1. Let's just start there.
You said First Maccabees chapter 4, verse 1.
Ariah, you get First Maccabees 5 and 1, and Darak, you get Second Maccabees 12, and that's the last scripture I got. We could bring on the scoffers at that point.
Because he going off in this chat. You said 4 verse 1, right?
Y'all pay attention to these last couple scriptures because you're going to need them. Go ahead. Yep.
First Maccabees chapter 4, verse 1. Then took Georges 5,000 footmen and 1,000 of the best horsemen and removed out of the camp by night, to the end he might rush in upon the camp of the Jews.
Right. So for those of y'all that don't know, because I skipped it, I was going to read it for y'all, but for the sake of time, I'm trying not to. So in First Maccabees chapter 3, right, we start to see Judas Maccabees rise up basically, and that's when the wars start. I believe the first person he goes up against is Georges, whatever his name is, right? Now, in fact, it was a Syrian dude before him. The Syrian guy got killed, and Antiochus got mad. He made Lysis send out some people, and one of the people that he sent out was Georges. So now we're in chapter 4, and that's what's going on here. So go ahead, read that.
I'm going to start over on 2.
All right.
To the end he might rush in upon the camp of the Jews and smite them suddenly. Now when Judas heard thereof, he himself removed, and the valiant men with him, that he might smite the king's army, which was at Emmaus, while as yet the forces were dispersed from the camp. In the mean season came Georges by night into the camp of Judas, and when he found no man there, he sought them in the mountains, for said he, these fellows flee from us. But as soon as it was day, Judas showed himself in the plain with 3,000 men, who nevertheless had neither armor nor swords to their minds. And they saw the camp of the heathen, that it was strong and well harnessed, and compassed round about with horsemen. and these were expert of war. Then Judas said to the men that were with him, fear ye not their multitude, neither ye be afraid of their assault. Remember how our fathers were delivered in the Red Sea, when Pharaoh pursued them with an army. Now therefore let us cry unto heaven, if peradventure the Most High will have mercy upon us, and remember the covenant of our fathers, and destroy this host before our face this day.
Right.
That so all the heathen may know that there is one who delivereth and saveth Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And the strangers lifted up their eyes and saw them coming over against them.
So for those of y'all that don't know, Judas is doing what he did in chapter 3 for the second or third time at this point. He about to take a small number of Israelites and just smite all the heathen, right? Go ahead.
Let's see.
He gave him one of them battle speeches like they do in Lord of the Rings and stuff. And then he just told them, go whoop their behinds. You know what I'm saying? Most High with us. Don't be scared. And that's it. And they went and did it. Go ahead.
Let's see. Wherefore they went out of the camp to battle, but they that were with Judas sounded their trumpets.
Mm-hmm.
So they joined battle, and the heathen, being discomfited, fled into the plain. Howbeit all the hindmost of them were slain with the sword, for they pursued them unto Khazars, and unto the plains of Idumea, and Azotus, and Germania.
Whoa. You read that fact. Unto the plains of what?
Idumea.
Damn. So we fighting Romans in the plains of Idumea? Okay. Well, let's go to First Maccabees chapter 5. Let's see if because they're still fighting in the next chapter. So let's see if they start to tell us who the Idumeans is that they fight. Let's just see. I don't know if they're gonna do it, but they might, or they might not. They might say that the Idumeans is Moabites, right? And we know that from looking at the god of Moab, Chemosh, and from looking at the Moabite sarcophagus that you can find online, that the Moabite was most definitely a Ching Ching Chong. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, you have to understand that if he gonna say something about that about Esau, right, and give him a contextual analysis or something, or just liken him to the word Idumean somehow, which we know is the word that became the cognate for the etymological word Edom, which means red, which is Esau's family's name, right? So like if all of that is mentioned in Maccabees chapter 5, after they done told you that the people they're fighting is in Idumea, you got to give up, Jonathan. You got to give up, bro. Because you ain't going to have no comeback for this. And then what we show after this is just going to clarify it more. So let's see what's in First Maccabees chapter 5. Get your pen and pad ready. Go ahead, Op.
This the book of First Maccabees chapter 5. Now when the nations round about heard that the altar was built and the sanctuary renewed as before, it displeased them very much.
Once they found out that Esau couldn't beat us, it displeased them very much. Once they found out that the white man actually is weaker than the other one that came out the womb with him, it displeased them very much, right? Go ahead. He says my history timeline is off, but won't post what I said that was off. This the man that thinks that the Nabateans wiped out Esau, but there's nowhere in history that says the Nabateans wiped him out. It just says that they drove him out the land. They didn't even intermingle with him. So where'd they go if my timeline's messed up? Who's Esau? I ain't even mentioned a timeline. I'm reading history from the Bible in a book. I gave you the history book that told you about Alexander, who's mentioned in the same dang chapter that we talking about, the same book. How's my history timeline off, huh? The white man know when Alexander was on the scene. And guess what? The Bible's saying the same thing. We haven't said nothing different yet. So either you're not listening or you don't want to hear what the answer is because you're married to a white woman. Huh? That's all it is. Go ahead.
This is the book of First Maccabees chapter 5 verse 2. Wherefore they thought to destroy the generation of Jacob that was among them. And thereupon they began to slay and destroy the people. Then Judas fought against the children of Esau and Idumea.
Whoa, wait a minute. Wait. Start that over, because I don't think he heard that. I don't think you heard that.
I'm gonna start back at verse 2. Wherefore
Well, you
they
might
thought,
be Esau then, Jonathan, because I don't see how you're not getting this. I don't know why you fighting so hard to defend crackers if you ain't got no ties to them. It don't make no sense. So you would have been better off telling me that you got a white wife, because now you just a raccoon. Go ahead,
First Maccabees chapter 5, verse 2. Wherefore they thought to destroy the generation of Jacob that was among them.
Who
And
thought
thereupon,
to destroy the generation of Jacob? Is it the same brother of Jacob who said, I'm gonna kill you in Genesis? Is it the same brother who said he was going to try and destroy all the inhabitants of Jacob so he could get his birthright back? Is it this same person? The same person who later on in history put the descendants of Jacob in captivity through slave ship and raped, robbed, and murdered their people? Is it the same dude? Let's see. Read it. Continue.
and thereupon they began to slay and destroy the people. Then Judas fought against the children of Esau in Idumea at Arab Atim, because they besieged Israel, and he gave them a great overthrow and abated their courage and took their spoils.
I'm out. I'm out. Flag. Look, you telling me that not only did it say that Judas was fighting Edomites in Idumea, he said that the Edomites were the ones that besieged Israel and made it Idumea?
Come on.
Is that what you just said?
Come on.
Jonathan, what's your answer to that?
Jonathan.
I'm going to put the link in the chat one more time. I'm going to put it in the chat for you one more time. Hope you copy and paste it to your clipboard this time so you can stop losing the link. Okay? All right. I want you to think in your last 14 and 50 seconds at work. 14 minutes and 50 seconds, right? Because we probably going to be off before 12. I ain't going to lie to you. But in your last 15 minutes and 50 seconds, if you can make it on here, I want you to think of a really good comeback to tell me how Esau isn't Edom who besieged Idumea, and you still believe in the Bible. Because that's what it just said. So for you to say something different, you're calling the Bible a lie now, right? Okay. Let's just make sure we're saying the right thing, because I don't want to be wrong. So let's get 2 Maccabees chapter 12 and verse 32. For those of y'all that don't know the difference between 1 Maccabees and 2 Maccabees, it's like Numbers and Deuteronomy, right? 2 Maccabees is like the second telling of the Maccabees story. It gives you a little more information, you know what I'm saying, in certain areas. Sometimes it tell you the same thing, and sometimes it give you a little bit more info. So let's read 2 Maccabees 12 and 32, and let's see what they start talking about. Go ahead, Ad.
The book of 2 Maccabees, chapter 12 and verse 32. And after the feast called Pentecost, they went forth against Jorius, the governor of Idumea.
Oh, wait. Say that again? This is what?
Georgia. They went after the feast called Pentecost. They went forth against Georgius, the governor of Edom, Idumea.
And his spirit just made him say Edom when he said Idumea. That's how you know, boy. But look, Georgius, for those of y'all that can't put 3 and 3 together now, or 4 and 4 together, right? Georgius is the man who Judas was just fighting in the very last chapter that we read, right? In 1 Maccabees. So now they're telling you more in depth on the story, right? They started it in chapter 4 with explaining to you how once they saw that the temple was rebuilt, or chapter 5, once they saw that the temple was rebuilt, right, which is Pentecost, us rededicating the temple, dedication, right, the feast of dedication. You understand what I'm saying? So Hanukkah, right? Once they saw the temple rededicated, which is where Hanukkah starts, right? Hanukkah begins in the book of the Maccabees. This is why we say that brothers can't discredit this book as well, because we see that Hamashiach Yahushua celebrated Hanukkah, or the Feast of Dedication, right, when they rededicated the temple, because he was celebrating what the Maccabees did in their defeat of the Edomites in Idumea, right? The enemy who God hates to this day, right? So read that part one more time, Mark, and then I want you to continue reading. Read it smooth. Let's see who
the book of 2 Maccabees, chapter 12.
So Georgius is the man who we were just fighting, Okay? Watch who they say Georges is according to the Bible. Go ahead.
Look at 2 Maccabees chapter 12, verse 32. After the feast called Pentecost, they went forth against Georges, the governor of Idumea.
So Georges, who in First Maccabees said was a Edomite, right? The Edomite that Judas fought in Idumea, right? They're giving you more insight now, telling you the same governor, Georges, is the governor of Idumea, who fought against Judas as an Edomite in Idumea against the Israelites, who Judas and the brothers was representing. The Hammers, right? The Maccabees. You understand me? So if that's what the deal is, I'm very, 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 very curious to say what brothers have to say, right? But before we bring them on, I got one last piece of evidence. Can't let it slide. We got the proof of Esau from books. So let me see if this gonna pop up without my whole screen going bad and stuff. Hold up. Okay, we might be getting somewhere. We might get it. We might get to see it. Might not get to see it. Oh, there it is. Can y'all see that?
Nah,
you gotta make that so big.
wait, it's trying. Hold on. It's acting like it's switching screens now. It might just be taking a little bit more time. Nah, it's just a black screen.
Oh, it's just a black screen. It's swabbing on me. Oh, okay. You're playing games. All right. Let's try this again. Is it there now?
Come on.
Is it clear? Can you read it?
I can read it. Yeah.
All right.
It's legible enough.
In Talmudic literature, Edom is often disguised as the term for Rome. Let me zoom out just a bit. There we go. That's too much. Why keep zooming in like that? All right. It says in Talmudic literature, right? Edom is often disguised as a term for Rome because in the Bible, the story Esau is the rival of Jacob. When we remember that Antipater, that name sound familiar? We were reading it, right? In the Esau Edom, Herod, who was called Antipater, that's the word that soldier Uriah asked me what how to pronounce it, right? It says Antipater and Herod, who are actually the same people, were Idumeans, Edom, and that they practically delivered Judah to Rome for the price of a crown. The rabbinic usage is peculiarly appropriate. Let's see what else we got. Can y'all see this?
Fine. Can you scroll up, or is that it?
I'm about to see if I can. I really don't know.
I think that's.
Holy hell, that can't be it because
I was about to say. That's all it's
screenshot. How is that all I can show y'all? Oh no, that's all right. Hold on. Let me see if I can find another picture of this. I must got another picture that's better. I guess I got to do that. Okay, that must have been what I did. All right. So this book, for those of y'all that can't see it, it's the Dictionary of the Bible, Antiquities, Biography, Geography, and the Natural History by William Smith, LLD. William Smith, and it's made in 1863, right? Before we even get out of slavery. So niggas ain't reading it. They ain't got nothing to hide from from the black people, right? This is for white people and white people only. Check this out. Let's read what they say about their own people. Let's see if I can zoom out. No, I can't. Okay, it says, I have several times shown that from Edom proceeded the kings who reigned in Italy. What he means by the kings in Italy, Mr. Albino this, albino that, the white man is black man, and Esau is the black Jew, all that mess that the brothers is going to say in a minute. Ain't no black rulers of Italy. The rulers of Italy are the Edomites. Alexander the Great's people, and the Roman people from the Pope, right? These are the rulers of Italy. It says, and who built up Rome? Who built up Rome? The Edomites in the book of Malachi. This is when they built up the impoverished places, right? But the Most High will throw down, right? Only place that was ever built up in history was Rome. straight up by the white man. So it says, built up Rome to be great among the nations and chief among the provinces, right? And that's what happened. It was great among the nation and chief among the provinces. And this way, Italy and Greece and all Western provinces became filled with Idumeans. Okay? Thus, it is what the prophets call the whole of that nation by the name of Edom. Once again, showing you that Edom and Idumea are synonymous with each other because Edom is just the etymological word of the cognate Idumea. Moving on. This says Esau is like wife, is supposed to be surnamed Edom, right? Esau is likewise surnamed Edom, being so called because, as y'all can see, when this was written, the letter S was used as an F, as you can see here. That's how you know that Esau's words are constantly changing. That's why I can't read this mess. So it says Edom, being so called because he was red haired, right? Which is not true. It wasn't because he was red haired. This is what Jonathan thinks, right? That he had red hair all over his body as a baby, but there's never been a baby born that's had hair all over his body. Ever. So when it says red all over, they're obviously talking about the skin. But the person that wrote this was writing it from a biased standpoint, because I promise you they were a white person trying to be labeled just that, white instead of red. So that's what they do, right? They know that white people have red hair, or so-called white people have red hair. So they would rather mention their hair or refer to their hair when speaking red so that you wouldn't put two and two together to realize they're the devil that the Bible speaks of. It says, the Arabs have borrowed from the Hebrew and called the prophets of Esau Edom or Idumea, right? Or Edomin or Edomine, whatever that means. I guess, sons of Edom, Edomine. Yeah, that's what that means in Arabic. So, yeah. So this is telling you that even the Arabs, right? Because brothers think Esau the Arabia, he's an Arab. But when you look in the Quran and when you talk to their, what do you call them? They're not their rabbis, but I forget what they call them. But I can't remember the name right now. It just skipped my tongue. But whoever their high priests are, right, in the Quranic world, in the Islamic world, these people refer to the so-called Caucasians as Edomine, or the sons of Edom, right? Or Idumeans, right? Edomians, okay? So they also give them the name of Banan or Banai El Asfar, or the children of yellow, fair, or red-haired man. Do you understand that? As if they know all different shades that Esau come in. Just like Jake is different shades of brown, right? All dust of the ground. You understand me? Esau is yellow, fair, and red hair. You understand? That's how the Ishmaelites remember the white man, okay? Which Edom signifies in the Hebrew tongue, right? But by the name, they do not only mean Idumeans or Edomites, but apply it likewise to the Greeks and Romans who became the Americans, whom they believe to descend from Esau. Moving on. I don't know how you're gonna get around this. And here's your people, right? You got white skin, red hair, white skin, blonde hair, white skin, orange hair, right? Or this is blonde and this is orange. That's what it's supposed to be, right? So there you go. Orange, brown, blonde, right? Context would say this is an albino. Jonathan would say this is a Japhethite, and he would say this is a black man because he think that the white man is a black man. So that's what they feel. All right, that's just a picture. Here it goes. It says monotheism fully explained, etc. Yeah, blah blah blah. So that's where it comes from. This is from written in Spanish and Arabic in the year 1603. So that's why it has the S's and the F's like that and stuff. From the instruction of Morse scores in Spain by Muhammad Rabadan, right? It was translated in 1725. So it wasn't even made in English. It was translated in Spanish and Arabic, okay? Now, Esau. This is from the same book. It says, Esau, the son of Isaac and Rebekah, the twin brother of the patriarch Jacob, is by all Moabitan historians called Ar-Ben Isaac, right? Or the son of Isaac. And they tell you that story. Which is why they call themselves Saxons, right? The sons of Isaac. And we were the Anglo-Saxons, the angelic sons of Isaac, because we were the ones that the gift was given to, right? So it's a story with very little variation from Moses' accounts in the Gentiles. Only add that the beliefs or
blessing.
Oh, blessing. You're right. Yeah, because that's supposed to be S. I'm wilding. See, I can't read this mess, bro. The blessings Isaac designed for Esau, but gave to Jacob by the contrivance of his wife Rebekah, particularly regarded Jacob's posterity, out of which were to proceed the prophets and messengers of God. And this blessing being by God's appointment, right? The blessing that Jacob got, it wasn't stolen, right? It was appointed to him by God, given away from Esau, right? He begged that his light or line might instead of, I don't know what this is trying to say, that his line might instead of prophets produce kings. Oh, okay, that his line might instead of prophets, instead of prophets to the Most High, produce kings, emperors, and mighty men. And according to most of the Moabitan historians or the geographers, that Esau had a son called, I can't read what that is. Oh, Rome. Esau had a son called Rome, from whom all the Greeks and Roman empires descend. So I guess some Moabitan historian from Arab or the Islamic world has written somewhere in their books that Esau had a son named Rome, and that's where the Greeks and the Romans come from. Okay? Moving on. We're not finished yet. This, again, is from Fully Explained, containing the life of Abraham and the distinction between the two lines of Isaac and the father of the Jews, and Ishmael and the father of the Arabs, by Mohammed Rahaban, right? Same guy. And Agrorian Moore. So they're saying this was a black man that actually wrote it. I was wrong. It wasn't Esau. He's an Agrorian Moore. So a brother wrote this, explaining to you who Esau was. More proof, right? There it is, straight from the mouth of Jay. So Nordic, Alpine, Mediterranean, the German nation is half Nordic and half Alpine. The Jew belongs to a cult, but the dominant Jew in Europe, including about 3/4 of the whole body, are broad-headed Alpines, not albino, but Alpine, right? Like the trees in the snow up north, right? Alpine trees, the junk that you put in your car to make it smell good. You feel what I'm saying? Because that's where they come from. They're from the north, like the Caucasus Mountains, like the rest of mid-European peoples, right? I'm gonna skip all this. It says racially, the Khazars were akin to the Turks, right? As we read in that book earlier, Esau's Edom, i.e., they were Alpines, not albinos, but Alpines, crackers, right? And they were also known as the royal Scythians, okay? Scythians are a sect of the Edomite race. Indeed, the Polish Jews still call themselves Ashkenazim, which is a Hebrew word meaning Scythian or Edomite. So for those of you things that think the Scythians are the Japhetites and they're really Japhetites, no, they're letting you know that they're Edomites in their code words, as they call themselves Jewish, Ashkenazi, Jewish people, or Scythian. It says the Jews today fall within the two main types of the Sephardic and Jews and the Ashkenazi Jews. So they got this from Arthur Crester. We ain't gonna read that again. We already read it. Says although they are called Jews, a term which is derived from the word Judah, these people are not true Judites, but became a mixed, hybridized people consisting of Edomites, Hittites, Canaanites, Judites, and Babylonians, Ishmaelites, Huns, and Khazars, which we know Edomites, Huns, Khazars, and a lot of the Ishmaelites are the same damn people. So the only people that are different is that, right? When they migrated to other lands throughout the centuries, right? Starting with Alexander the Greek freak, ending with now. In the middle of that was the Caucasus Mountains. So all of those places they got a chance to take over, right? They retained their Jew or Judaic identity, but brought them with the religion of Babylon. Hence why this is spiritual Egypt, Sodom, Gomorrah, and of course, Babylon the Great.
That's cold
All
cuts
right.
right here.
Last one, ancient Hittite, modern Jew, Canaanite. So you can see what they look like. And he's saying this is a Jewish Edomite. So he's trying to make the distinction between the two of them and say that this is what they look like now, and that's really what they are. This is Esau after he mixed with the Hittite and the and the Canaanite. We know the Canaanite's a brother, and the Hittite is an Asian looking person, and they still got a damn white man. So for the brothers that's thinking he got with black people, even Esau saying no, even though he got with black people, he still made us, and we look white. Thank you very much. That's the presentation. Hope you enjoyed. All right.
That's cold cuts, man. You can't get around it.
So,
Jonathan said he don't got much time.
Brother Jonathan, Shalom.
What's going on, fellas?
Shalom.
Shalom, Jonathan.
All right, I heard a lot of teaching. That was what's up, bro. I feel we you coming from on a couple of points, but the timeline don't match up.
What timeline? Explain.
All right, so my premise is the Japhetic. Well, I'm not gonna start with Japhet. I'm gonna start with all three brothers. I'm gonna start with Ham, Japhet, and Shem. They are the progenitors of the new world, per se, after the flood. All right. So these three men populated the world with their wives and however they populated the world. All right. So what I'm saying is,
I mean, it was with their wives. It was with their wives.
Yeah. But Japhet, when the boat ceased, it ceased at Ararat. And if you look up Ararat, you will see that that's over there towards Turkey and that type of region in that area, Asian Minor area. Now Japhet went up north. Then you have Shem and Ham that came down, and when they got their inheritance from Noah.
Well, technically, if you want to be technical, Shem stayed where they at. Shem stayed where they was at, basically, and just took over more of those lands. Ham moved down, and like you said, Japhet moved. He really moved northwest to Europe. Yeah.
All right, I got you. But what I'm saying is, when you look up Genesis 10 and 10, and you look up the lineages, because the lineages from Ham, Shem, and Japhet are very important. You cannot read the Bible without understanding the lineage of the men that populated the earth after the flood. So what I'm saying is, when you look up these guys' lineages, when you look up Japhet lineages and his sons, especially Javan is the progenitor of the Greeks. You can look up any source, any
the original Greeks.
The original Greeks. Javan was the progenitor of that.
And what color were the original Greeks?
I believe that, in my opinion, I believe the original Greeks, I'm talking about ancient. I'm talking about before the nomadic. I would call them barbarians.
Let's say the Minoans. Like we know that the Minoans were a sect of the original Greeks, right?
The Minoans.
Or would you not agree with that?
I mean, when you talk about Greece, you got to look at the territory. Greece was just like you say, you stay in Atlanta, or y'all brothers are from Atlanta. Y'all are from Atlanta, Georgia. So what I'm saying is, Greece was the state, and you had a lot of cities in that particular state. So you had Macedonia north of Greece, you had Athens, you had Sparta, you had all these particular lands in Greece. You know what I'm saying? You didn't just the only two flourishing the cities was Athens and Greece. I mean Sparta and Athens at the time before Alexander the Great even hit the scene. His father, Philip II, was the first. Well, he started the Hellenistic period where he went in and before his assassination, he was trying to join in all Greek under one banner. And his son Alexander the Great, fulfilled his plan. But what I'm saying is, when you look up the genealogy of Esau, the white man comes from Japhetic people. They are the first Gentiles mentioned in the Bible. It's in Genesis 10 to 10. They are the Isles of the Gentiles. What I'm saying is, Esau comes from a black man. Abraham, from Abraham's father, Terah, even to Ishmael, to Isaac, to Esau, to Jacob. What I'm saying is, if you read the Bible in totality, without all the hatred, without all the pressure and all that, you see that they don't even describe Esau's complexion, nor do they describe Jacob's complexion. We are adding that we think that, I mean, we know that everybody was black, so we say that we say Jacob was black. Y'all brothers say, okay, you see red, and then you say, okay, that I guess that's what you're saying is just mean that he was black. But my argument is, it says red like a hairy garment. Now, no, I'm not
It
the
says
smartest
red
brother.
all over. It says red
Yeah,
all over like a
yeah.
hairy garment. So
So
I want
what?
you to tell me what baby you ever seen had hair all over his body. Let's say that
No.
it was the hair.
Okay.
Show me a picture, because there's no new thing under the sun, as the Bible says. So we should be able to see it. Because I could show you two black people right now having a blonde haired baby. I could show you that on
All right.
Google. I could show you two black people having a red haired white skinned baby that isn't albino, right? So I could show you that because there's no new thing under the sun. Can you show me a picture of a white baby that's pale skinned with red hair all over his body from head to toe?
Can you brothers still hear me?
Yeah, we can still hear you.
All right. What I'm saying is one thing about the albino topic. I don't say Esau was no albino. I don't. That ain't my premise. That's not what I'm saying. Esau was a
No, I feel that.
black. Huh?
No, like I feel what you're saying, but I'm saying, can you show me a picture of anybody that's a baby born with hair all over their body? I don't care what color the hair is. Can you show me a baby that's hairy from head to toe like a garment?
Okay, I'm pretty sure if you look up in Google, you can find a lot of things, brother. But what I'm saying is, I want to stick on the topic. I want to stick on the Bible. What I'm saying is, when you
Well,
deal
I'm
with the
trying to
Bible,
figure out, because the Bible says that you got to be red like a hairy garment all over. So I'm saying, where's the proof that it was just his hair? If I've never seen a baby with hair, anywhere but his head, your hair ain't all over like a hairy garment.
My proof,
which his skin would be.
My bad. I'm gonna let you talk. I ain't gonna talk over you, bro.
No, that's it. That's what I was trying to say. The skin would be hairy all over like a hairy garment.
Okay. Now my proof with that would be when when the blessing was to befall on Esau, when Isaac was old and his eyes was dim. Now, if you're gonna be an honest man, you're gonna understand that these are Isaac's two sons he grew up with. Esau he loved Esau more than he loved Jacob. Now, what I'm saying, when he was about to get Esau the blessing, Rebecca switched it up and had Jacob put on what? He put on a furry. She made him put on fur. So when he came closer to kiss.
Hold on, but time out. That's what I was asking you, because I don't want you to move on and go too far. What age was Esau when they made him put on the garment? Was he a baby, or was he at the age where you could have hair all over your body at that time?
No, when they talking about the garment, brother, they understood what a garment was. The ancient these are not, one thing about our people at that time they're not dumb people. They understood what the hairy garment.
No, they're not dumb people. So I'm trying to tell you, like you still haven't answered the question. I'm asking a simple question.
Okay.
Because you keep saying something about the hair, right? Let's say I agree with you, because I could go there. I see what you're saying with that, right? That it's the hair that they're talking about. So I'm saying, if the hair is what we speaking about, that was red all over, and you're right, Jacob had to put on that hairy garment, right? He had to put on that goat hair in order for his dad to be able to feel him and feel like Esau, right? But the question is, were Esau and Jacob still babies, or were they grown enough for Esau to go out in the field and get his own damn venison, right? So if I'm a teenager, I know when I hit puberty, brothers got hairy. I got hair on my legs. I got hair on my arms. You know what I'm saying? All the white kids that I played football and baseball with, they was leaving hair on the floor in the locker room as teenagers. So I'm saying, you don't think that by the time you 12 to 15 years old, in Israel, Jacob's culture, Jacob and Esau, you hit 12, you're a grown man, you're allowed to go out in the field. When I was 12 years old, I started growing my chin hair. You understand what I'm saying? I can show you the pictures. I ain't got the full beard yet, but I started growing my chin hair at 12. So you don't think that Esau would be hairy enough to have hair all over his body?
And that's my thing, brother. If you saying when Esau came out, and what is his name? His name mean hairy, brother. He was a hairy baby.
Esau doesn't mean hairy. Esau means wasted away. You're wrong. Go into the Hebrew. Do you want me to look it up? I'll show it on the screen. Esau does not mean hairy. Esau means wasted away.
In my Bible my Zandervan dictionary, it says hairy. Even if you look up on your Strongs, it's gonna say hairy.
I have a Zondervan. Y'all hold this. I'm gonna go get my Zondervan.
Go to Esau, and look what it's gonna say. It's gonna say hairy. As soon as you see Esau, look down. It's gonna say hairy, bro. It's gonna say hairy. That's what Esau means, my brother. But like you said, he put on the goat hair. Why would Jacob have to put on goat hair? If they both was two different people, why would he can't go in there natural? He had to put on something to act like he was his brother. So I mean, that goes to show you that Esau was a hairy man. There's no way to get around that. Hairy, and you know, why would they not just talk about the complexion when he came out and then just say he was a hairy man? He was white and hairy.
Esau means wasted away, bro.
I mean, go ahead.
They told you white and hairy specifically because before Esau, there wasn't another hairy man on the planet as him, right? So they had to tell you he was red and hairy all over like a garment. But that still don't mean that he had hair all over his body.
So I'm saying, brother, I'm saying, where do you get his complexion though? When did they speak about the complexion?
It says red.
So red is giving you his complexion. I can go out there and say, oh, brothers, I see you brothers on the stage. Hey, brother, you red. So that means...
Are you hairy all over, Ak? Are you red all over? Like, are you brown all over or are you black all over? Your hair is black, your body's brown.
But wasn't he a baby though, brother? You know, I got kids. And
that's my point. As a baby...
their mother's blood from the inside of her was on my son and daughter. They had to wash that off them. So what I'm saying is when Esau comes out, that's natural. A woman. So
why didn't he do that with Jacob? Why didn't he mention what color Jacob was then, Ak? You just cut yourself. Why didn't he say that with Jacob?
What I'm saying is, brother, you know,
they didn't mention Jacob because Jacob was the same complexion as everybody else. That's exactly why. You just said it. Why they didn't say that with Jacob? Because it's natural, right? Everybody come out the womb of blood. So why they only mention the hairy motherfucker? Why they only mention the hairy?
He was more hairier than his brother, my brother. He was more hairier than Jacob. It was way more.
How can you say that? If they brothers, they twins. What twin you know just automatically got more hair than the other one? Where they do that at?
Well, I mean, what does hair got to do with me and you brothers? And you come out hairy, more hairy than me. That means we can't look alike. Because you got
if we twins, even fraternal, we still usually got the same amount of hair. I know a lot of twins. I got a lot of twins in my family.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, brother,
I ain't never seen one twin grow a full beard and the other one can't grow no hair.
Okay. just so we don't tip and tat on that. We can even go further. I want to hear your thesis on this. Okay, so Esau grows up. He's a grown man, never laid with a woman. To y'all, this is the first white man on earth. To y'all, this is the first white man on earth. So what I'm saying is, he goes and have four different black women, black women, a strong woman, strong womb woman. When y'all, I'm pretty sure you brothers got kids. So what I'm saying is, these women lay down with these men, have children with these men. So what I'm asking you, brothers, are you telling all these people that's on this live that this one particular white man laid down with 4 different sisters and had children, and these children that he had sex with the same melanated people, and the same melanated people, and they became the whitest nation on the planet?
Yep, and I'm gonna show you. Watch, because I ain't saying nothing. I'm not saying nothing. Lil, check this out. Lil,
that's impossible.
The people who you're talking about, tell it to Esau then, because I'm gonna show you the picture again. You must not have seen it.
No. What I'm saying is not. What I'm saying is you.
Is this impossible?
Google, brother.
Because I didn't make this diagram. It's two black people, 2 of the blackest people on the planet, right? You got a Hittite right here and a Canaanite right here, and they even put the diagram to show you how they're the same people. You got the Canaanite chin, you got the Canaanite. I mean, you got the Hittite's chin, the Canaanite nose, right? The Hittite head shape, the Canaanite ears. This is what you got. He's showing you. This is a white man who made a diagram to show you that they are actually the mix of these people. So if they think so, who would think different? They telling me that's where you come from.
How can a sister, a black woman womb is a powerful womb, my brother? It's been.
You're right. It's a powerful womb.
Now I'm asking you. You sitting here saying that one person, one white man with sperm, laid down with 4 different women, and all his kids from the generation. Man, them black women would have wiped that white race out the way, bro. There's no way. There's no way that these people. Now, what I'm saying is, even if now you asked me a question, you said when did the Nabateans never they just made Edomites move out the land of Mount Seir. Now, where did they go? Is the question. They went to the
Caucasus Mountains.
They never went to the Caucasus Mountain. They went into Jerusalem. Obadiah tells you where they went. They went into Jerusalem, brother. That's
So
what the Edomites went
so
into
when did
Jerusalem.
Job 30 happen?
Job 30?
Yeah, Job 30 and 1, where it specifically tells you that the Edomites, the people from Mount Seir, went and were driven forth to a different cave, right? Which the historians all say in every single commentary is the Caucasus Mountains.
Well, on Job, I'm not trying to switch the subject, but Job was emphatically an Edomite.
So Job,
I don't know if you do
hold on. Wait. Let's run with that, right? Let's run with that. Let's let him believe that the perfect man in the Bible was an Edomite, right? Even though the Bible tells you that Edom can't take the word of the Most High into their mouth. The man who followed the laws perfect and got his own book was an Edomite. Ain't no other Edomites in the Bible except Job. That's what you're telling me.
What I'm saying is, brother, Job, before his name was changed to Job, his name was Jobash. It's in scholarly books, my brother. Job was a wealthy man among the Edomites, and the guy that was before Jobash.
Job lived in Midian, though.
Say what?
What are you talking about?
Say that one more time, brother.
He lived in Midian, not Edom.
No, I'm saying Job was from where? The land of Uz. His friends was who? Edomites. Like all his people.
No, the man he was talking to was an Edomite. There's a difference. That man wasn't his friend.
He had 3 friends, brother. It's in the book of Job. He had 3 friends. All 3 of his friends was Edomites, my brother. They was from the same land of Uz, my dog. Job didn't dwell in Jerusalem. Job was in Mount Seir. He was in the land of Uz over there by Babylon.
Okay, so like I said, so let's use your point, right? Let's say you're 100% right. Job is an Edomite from the Mount Seir, and he's from there, right? That means that he can't be saying that they were driven to the Mount Seir because he's already in Mount Seir, per your own words, thou sayest. So my question again, where is the mountain range that he said that they got pushed to in Job 30, verse 5 to 10, right? What's this mountain range if it wasn't Mount Seir because he's already there? He's not going to tell you that they were pushed to a place they already at.
That's what I'm saying, brother. Are you basically saying that Africa don't have mountain ranges? They have a lot of mountain ranges in the land, brother.
I'm asking you to tell me how the people that the world knows as Caucasians, how they became the Caucasians if there's no history of them ever being moved to the Caucasus Mountains.
Well, on the Caucasus Mountains is in Europe, brother. It's in Europe by I just looked it up with me and my brother. We was looking it up. It's what is it by? It's by a place up in Europe. That's in Europe. Now, what I'm saying, the Japhetic people was already flourishing before Esau was even born. You know what I'm saying? They was already had kingdomships. It was already.
Hold on, were they really flourishing, or were they already under or were the people of Japhet actually under the Israelites?
No, man. The people of Japhet didn't even. They weren't even down until Alexander the Great hit. When he hit, when he started conquering.
Have you ever? Wait, hold on. So you just said that they were already flourishing before the Edomites, but Alexander the Great is an Edomite. You're telling me that he wasn't there? Because Alexander is an Edomite. I showed it to you here.
Alexander the Great is a Macedonian from the land of Macedonia, bro.
So the Edomites are Macedonians. You're saying that this history book here is a lie?
No, ain't no way to how are the Edomites Macedonians, brother? Like when they never. What do you mean?
I'm gonna pull it back up again. Right?
My thing is, so when did so what about?
Let me found Job. Look. Hold up. Look. I'm gonna show you because you just cut yourself very badly, right? You told us that Job is an Edomite. He lived in Mount Seir, right? I'm about to no. It's on camera. This is going on the channel. You definitely said that. So Job is an Edomite. He lives in Mount Seir. That's where he was. That's what you said out of your own mouth. I'm about to show you. Where is Uz?
And by Babylon, by ancient Babylon.
Where's Mount Seir? Where's Mount Seir and Petra?
Mount Seir is west of Israel, west of Jerusalem. Isn't
it by Babylon?
That's what I'm saying. It's still within the same territory, brother. That's that territory over there. It's not nowhere.
Hold on. I'm about to show you Job's home on the same page and in the same chapter that you find Alexander the Greek in, who's a Macedonian. As in the white people who do the history research that was knowing the history and writing the history when your behind was in slavery, they're telling you that Alexander is an Edomite. So who are you to say different? And you ain't got nothing but damn Job was from Uz. You said my timeline wrong, but you ain't giving me the timeline yet.
I'm at the plantation, bro. That's why I was waiting on you, son. I got plenty of books to back up what But I'm saying sources. You know
Well, I'm
what
saying,
You
look, I already
you
put
gotta
out
deal
some
with
stuff.
history,
Why
brother.
you can't debunk the stuff that I already put out? Since you don't got sources, why you can't speak on the
I'm
whole
trying
2
to
hours
tell
of
you,
stuff I just put out?
I got the sources. You still missing the whole fact that Esau or the Edomites was converted to Jews when John Hyrcanus came down from Babylon.
So you missed the
When you
whole
talk
lesson
about that,
because I read that, right? I read that, and it also said the same 2 books that I read that told you that they were converted to Jews. It didn't tell you that they mixed with it with all of us.
no.
It told you that some of them mixed. No. Hold on, I'm about to read it for you. It told you that some of them mixed with us, but the majority of us didn't. Let's bring back out Araya. You still got Edom. Who is Esau Edom?
Oh, you talking about that book, huh?
Pull that out and go back to go back to chapter, page 11, page 10 and 11. I'm about to pull it back up on the Google Drive so the brother can see it, right? Because what he just said is in the book, how Esau and Edom, right, were the Macedonians. And I'm about
I
to
didn't
show
say
you
that, brother.
how where you said with your own mouth that Job is an Edomite, right? And that Job is from Seir, Uz, whatever you want to call it, right?
Yeah.
They're still in this book.
Come.
They say that the Macedonians are actually from the same place. Let me show it to you, right?
What book? Can I see the front of your book that you're reading, brother?
Yeah, I showed it many times. I got no problem showing it again. You could go buy one, actually. I'll show you where to buy it. And look,
I mean,
hold up. Look. We even got the Caucasus Mountains. I didn't see this either. Remember how I showed y'all?
Can I see the front of your book?
I will show you the front of the book after I show these pictures. Right? Here, the Caucasus Mountains right here. Right?
Okay.
Just a couple pages over, we're going to find Alexander the Freak, right? Right here in the Jewish Renaissance. Let me read it for you. Let's go to Alexander's part here. Look, you see the Colosseum, where you said the real Greeks are from? They're using all this information to show you where the real Edomites took over. Because if you look at the history, which is what I'm saving for the debate, because we are still going to have it. I kind of feel like it now. So,
yeah, you got to, brother. So bring my
Job, right? I mean, not Job, the Minoans, which is what I mentioned earlier, right? They're part of the original Greeks, the real sons of Japhet, right? These are the people, the sons of Javan, right? As you said, the sons of Javan go back to the people of the Minoans. If you want to look this up, you can do this on your own time before the debate. I hope you do so. Let me show you what the Minoans look like, so there'll be no misconception, because they were the people that started
deferring about the point I made, though, brother. You ain't showed me that the Edomites converted over to Jews. Like, you ain't showed me that.
No. I didn't have to show you that, because when you watch this video, you're going to say that we actually read a book, many of them, that claim that the Edomites converted to Jews. But it never said that they lost their color and their heritage. It told you that they took their Jewish conversion. Hold on, let me finish my statement. It tells you that they took their Jewish conversion all the way to the damn Caucasus Mountains, where they had their leader and the emperor of Khazaria convert all of the rest of them in 24 hours to being Jewish people. And from there, they took their Khazarian Jewish empire and moved to Rome with it. That's what it tells you. So we're going to prove this even more, right, in these books that we have. But first, I want to show you.
You know, all scholars don't agree with that, right? You know, all scholars don't agree with that, right?
You said all scholars don't what?
All scholars are not agreeing with what you're saying. You know that, right? You know, Flavius Josephus not agreeing with what you're saying.
Flavius Josephus. Hold up. So now you're lying, because Flavius Josephus is he's actually quoted in the book Esau and Edom, where the white man is saying that the Edomites are the freaking Romans and the Greeks. Let's bring out the book. Now I'm gonna show you, because now you're just making up stuff, man. You just making stuff up. He literally quoted Josephus. He put the page number to his book and everything. He put the chapter and the page number where Josephus said that the Greeks are freaking Edomites and the Romans are Edomites. He said Herod the Great, the Idumean, is an Edomite. That's from the book of Josephus, brother. Let me show you. You're lying. You're a liar.
I'm just trying to get this point out. Who changed Esau's name? Who changed the Edomites to Idumea? The Edomites did.
They did.
The Greeks changed the who?
After the Edomites took over Greece, because that's what you're seeming to not be. You haven't read that history yet. You don't know the history when the Minoans lost the war to the Greeks, and the Greeks took over and assumed the title Greek, just like they made the term Roman. Roman, right? The Greeks, the original Greeks, never became the Romans. The fake Greeks became the Romans because they took over for the Greeks. So they were already black
Yes,
people there,
yes. So
right?
after Alexander the Great died, he passed down kingdomships.
Before Alexander the Great died, the Greeks had already been taken over. You know, his father Philip was a damn Greek. He was a Macedonian. The Macedonians are the Greek barbarians, Ak. They're barbarians to the Athenians. You know what the Athenians are? The Athenians are Greek. You know where you'll find that at? In this book. Here's the title. Go get the book before the debate. Because if you don't get this book alone is going to cut everything that you're saying. If I was to read this book from the beginning of the Alexander section, you have no answer for it.
What I'm saying is, brother, what was Philip, King Philip II? What was going on in Europe? Because what I'm saying is, you got to deal with history. You're missing a lot of history.
I'm not missing no history, because
so what? Okay, answer this question.
Everything I'm saying is in this. This is the history book for the United States of America.
I got plenty of them. I got the sarcophagus. I got a lot of things, brother. So what I'm asking you,
listen to me. This is the history book for all accredited colleges in the United States of America. There's 2 volumes of it. This is the history book. Everything from the beginning through the 15th century, right? All of the history that the white man has ever recorded for the historians, the people that get their PhD in history at all accredited universities, they have to become masters of this very book. I have the book. I took it from Georgia State while I was in the history department. I was being taught by a white, Edomite historian who's Catholic from Rome, who told me that they are the Edomites, and a white woman who's Jake, who told me that the white people are the Edomites. She even let me write a paper on us being the Israelites after I didn't do none of the other papers, and she gave me an A+ in the classroom because she couldn't debunk not a damn thing I said.
Okay, so what I'm saying,
I know about history because I beat teachers at the school that have degrees for stuff that you don't know what you're talking about, and they couldn't beat what's in this book.
So what I'm saying is, when did Esau have a ruling nation? When did they have a
kingdom? When did Esau have a ruling nation?
Yeah.
Let me read this to you. I'm gonna read this to you again, and then I'm gonna close out because you're just saying a whole bunch of stuff that don't make no damn sense.
Esau never had a ruling nation ever, brother. They was always under bondage.
All right, check this out. So wait, hold on. So if they always under bondage, why does the Bible say that the earth was given to the hand of the wicked? Hold on, let's read the book over. Judah, unmute your mic and read the book of Obadiah. Let's see if Esau was never in rulership, because I'm pretty sure that the book of Obadiah says they're going to be in rulership, and we're going to have to take them out of rulership, which is what Ezekiel was talking about when the Most High is going to render his anger against, in his vengeance and fury against the people of Edom by the hand of his people Israel. So he's doing that to Edom in the last days. That means Edom has to have an empire because we're going to have to take it. The state shall take the kingdom from Esau. That's what the story
already happened, brother. It's already happened. That's not.
It's already happened
later on in the future. It's already happened. Yes, sir. It's one book. It's easy to read. It's already happened.
So when did Ezekiel 25 happen?
Ezekiel 25, or we gonna talk about Obadiah? You said Obadiah.
Ezekiel 25 is talking about what Obadiah is talking. It's called precept upon precept, here a little, there a little. So let's get both of them. Let's get Ezekiel 25. Go ahead and read Obadiah.
Khan is the book of Obadiah.
25. Ezekiel 25 and 14. Go ahead,
The vision of Obadiah. Thus said the Most High Yahweh concerning Edom. We have heard a rumor from the Most High. Let's see. An ambassador has sent among the heathen. Arise ye, and let us rise up against her in battle.
An ambassador is sent among the heathen. Let us rise up against her in battle. If Obadiah is way after us in Genesis, which is the last time that we physically had a fight with Esau, right? Before what is supposed to be the curses of Deuteronomy, if you believe that the Edomites took us into captivity. So we ain't had a fight with Esau since Genesis now, is what you're saying. So who is Obadiah talking about? What nation is Esau ruling that we gonna have to take them from if it happened already? Because if you're going by the history and the history of the Bible, the last time we fought them before Obadiah was in the book of Genesis when we went against Amalek. Since you don't know history and you think I don't know history, so explain to me when else we went against the Edomites if this happened already.
Well, we're not even fighting Esau if you're not, I don't even get where you're getting at. Esau, the Obadiah is talking about the Babylonians coming to take Judah out from into captivity. And the Babylonians, even when you read them in Psalms and you look at the Psalms, they saying raise it, even to the foundation. Esau was right there. They came through the gates with the Babylonians and didn't help out their own brothers. They sat there and watched. They even they the one that burnt down the temples. When you read it when you read further, and I think it's in the Apocrypha that tells you that they burnt down the temples in Jerusalem. The Edomites did. And then what
okay,
I'm saying is,
all right. So check this out. You read do you believe in the Maccabees books? Do you believe in the books of the Maccabees?
Say that one more time.
I said, do you believe in the books of the Maccabees?
I've heard it. I've heard it.
I mean, have you read them though?
I haven't read it. I got Apocrypha though.
Okay, so you haven't read the Apocrypha, but you got the Apocrypha. That's probably what the problem is. Because if you read in the Apocrypha, it actually explains to you that the people who went and took over Jerusalem during the time of Hamashiach Yahushua and the Maccabees were the same people of Alexander the Greek, right? And when you go look up any of these generals, because all of them are in history, they're all engraved, whether it's Georgius, whether it's Leonidas, whether it's Ptolemy, Antiochus Epiphanes, Antiochus the Great, you can Google all of them and see what their actual statues look like. You explain to me who these people are if Esau never had a ruling nation.
What about the timeline, brother? Obadiah, Yahushua is not even on the scene, brother. We're talking about the Babylonian captivity for Judah, bro.
So I'm talking about Ezekiel, right? I'm talking about Ezekiel and Obadiah. Keep reading in Obadiah. Keep reading in Obadiah because he ain't read the Maccabees and he ain't read Obadiah. Keep reading.
I've read the Maccabees. What I'm saying is, even when you read the Maccabees, you see that the Judah and Esau. Well, you seen Judah say what they say. We heard of the fame of the Romans. How can they hear about the fame of the Romans when you saying that Esau is the Romans are Esau? That's Jacob's brother. That's Judah's brother. They would have been on them from history, brother. It would have never been erased, bro. They didn't. The
reason they heard the fame of the Romans. Hey, hold up. No. I can't let you say that because that proves you don't know the Bible. The reason they heard the fame of the Romans.
Esau is our brother. How will we not understand who the Romans are?
I'm about to explain it to you. I'm about to explain it to you. The reason we wouldn't understand who the Romans are is because they were kicked to the caves. They was kicked to the caves as Esau, right? Eating the myrrhs and the marlows of the caves, sleeping and eating their defecation, right? Sleeping on their defecation and eating it when they wake up, rather, right? So this is what Esau is doing. We haven't teach them how to boo-boo and stuff. If you've never read the Council of Verona, you should probably read that because it explains to you how to.
What about the Greeks, though, brother?
I'm explaining you the Greeks. Oh, is that? Hold on. Here's the Greeks. I'm explaining the Greeks right now because this is from Elder Karash. I don't know if you know who he is. He's the historian from One West, right? Elder Karash. He says, Japhet, son of Noah. Let me read this whole thing. No interruptions. Japhet, son of Noah, original people of Russia. Lands were brown, right? The original people of Russian lands were brown. Japhet, Magog, Gog nations after the flood 5,000 years ago. He says Japhet today would be brown people in Indonesia, Java, or the Java Islands, aka the people who renamed it the people of Javan, who, if you look it up, the people of the Java Islands are also the Minoans, who I'm going to show you a picture of in just a moment, right? These are brown-skinned people. He says from Tibet, Malaysia, Vietnam, Cambodia, enlarged and scattered in Asia, the Pacific Islands, and not Polynesia, because the Polynesians are Israelites according to their Hebrew dialect and the way that they speak, just like the Israelites in the Americas, right? And the curses. They also have curses of being taken over because the curses fit. It says they don't consider themselves Chinese/Japanese or Asian, right? He said the Chinese and Japanese are Moab and Ammon, Shemites of Lot. As scripture says, Japhet shall dwell in the tents or lands of Shem, right? Shem. That means somebody else is going to take their lands. You said with your own mouth on camera in front of everybody that Javan is a friend, right? And that Japhet and all his people went west. So if they went west, that's not the land of Shem. No. The Bible itself tells us that Japhet is going to dwell in the lands of Shem. You know where Indonesia is? You know where Malaysia is? All of those aren't in the West. They're not in Europe. All of that stuff is in the Middle East or Asia, aka the lands of Shem. Greeting on.
So what?
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. You'll get your answer. I promise you, because he wrote me a lot. I got to read all of this before we get off. So it says, as scripture says,
brother. I got like maybe like 5 minutes. I ain't gonna hold y'all brothers up, man. Just let me ask you this question, bro, because what I'm saying is, what about language? We have to deal with language too. Esau spoke Hebrew, just like his brother Jacob.
Did he speak Hebrew?
Romans,
when he went
can
to
you go
Tyre?
to show me Roman and Greek speaking Hebrew?
I can show you when the Khazarians, when we had the debate, I can show you when the Khazarians were there after they left Judea, because as you said with your own mouth, again, cutting yourself, during the time of John Hyrcanus, we converted damn near all of them, right? So they were under the Jews, which would mean for them to read our learning, they have to speak what? Hebrew, right? Tell me this. How come they were speaking Hebrew? Hold on, no, not no timeline. You just cutting yourself. So tell me
you talking
how.
about John Hyrcanus? He came from Babylon captivity, bro.
Bro, listen to me. Listen to me. John Hyrcanus went from, because I know you didn't read the Maccabees. So it was John Hyrcanus, then it was his grandson, Judas. I mean, it was his family member, Judas Maccabee, who did that whole thing all the way into 30. It was John Hyrcanus in the Maccabean or the Hasmonean dynasty from 166 BC to 37 BC when Herod came on the scene. When Herod came on, hold on. When Herod came on the scene, you're not gonna let me talk. When Herod came on the scene,
I'm sorry, bro.
When Herod came on the scene, what they did was he basically took away all our customs and stuff. The same thing that Antiochus and Ptolemy were doing. He took up their customs again, right? People we can still look up and see were crackers, Edomites, the devil that the damn Bible speaks of, right? So these people are the same ones that we can see were the ones converting and speaking our language back then. They stopped from speaking their language to the most part, right? Even though they were still speaking it when they were in Judea, hence why they called it Idumea, and that they were still following our laws and converting to our culture, right? After they get kicked out, way after we get kicked out, right? The Nabateans come through, they kick them out. They have to move up to the Caucasus Mountains. Some of them spread to Europe, so that's how they get there at that time.
So what you're saying?
This is how they spread. Slavs become the Slavs, who eventually take out the Khazarians and all the other people that spread throughout the Europe, right? So once Khazaria gets up there, the Umayyad dynasty, who is Ishmael, comes through and they wipe out the rest of the Middle East, which is how the rest of the so-called white people either get mixed back in with Ishmael or they get pushed further west, which is how they took over Europe completely, right? And when that happened is when the Byzantine Empire was in control. So they moved down. If the Byzantine Empire, for you that don't know, because you probably think that they're white people too, Byzantine actually means black. So this is literally a black empire in Europe. Hence why it was the Dark Ages, the ages when the dark people ruled. So the Byzantine Empire was the empire that the Khazarians went and took over, that they moved and destroyed, right? That they moved on and built up after they left Khazaria and had already converted everybody to the religion of Judaism, right? So the Babylonians get destroyed. I mean, the Byzantines get destroyed. Many of them are now known as Moors, right? Or Blackamoors, as they were calling them when they first came down from the mountain, right? Black and Moor. Hold on. Bro, you can have a problem with the timeline, but everything I'm matches up with every freaking historian on the planet except you. So, as I was saying, the Khazarians moved down from the Byzantine, they moved down from Khazaria into the Byzantine Empire. They take over the Byzantine Empire. And the first place they take over was Rome. The last place they took over was England, Scotland, and France, because we had people ruling in England, Scotland, Wales, and France, right? Mainly the people known as the Jacobians, with the last name Stuart, which is a variant of the German word Swarth, which means black. This is how we know it can conclude that King James family were black people in the last ruling dynasty of the Tudors and the Jacobean Empire. You understand me? These are black people who were taken over. What about white people who now rule the world today? Which is why Proverbs 16 tells us that. Job chapter 20 tells us that. What is it? 24? Job 24:9 or 9:24, something like that. Tells us that the earth was given to the hand of the wicked, right? The reason why the earth is given to the hand of the wicked, the only people you can see that have control of the whole earth at this point is the so-called white man. No matter what nation you go into, the head nation in the Middle East, the man is an Edomite. He's not an Ishmaelite. And he will tell you this. The head of Turkey is a known Edomite, not an Ishmaelite. He's a descendant of
on a rant, my
Idumea.
brother. Like, you
Every
gonna let me
ruler,
talk?
every emperor of the Turks are descendants of Idumea. It's in their laws and their
Going on a
record
rant,
book.
though,
You can
brother.
only
You
elect
need
a
to let
Turkish ruler if they're a descendant of the Idumean nation that was
man just
before
talk.
them.
So what
So
about
what I'm
Alexander the
telling
Great,
you is,
brother? Is he not the first white man to conquer to come down into the land and conquer? Was he not a great conqueror, bro? Alexander the Great.
he was a great conqueror, but he wasn't the first
So where
white
did he
man to
come
come
from?
through and conquer,
Did he
because you
come?
yourself said that his daddy was a conqueror, right? His daddy was a white
Yeah. So
man,
what
just
I'm
like he was
asking,
a white man.
yes, yeah, they white men. So what I'm saying is, when he came on the scene, are you saying that the Edomites were already? That's when they already went up to the Caucasian mountain, and don't you know that the Caucasian mountains is a particular area? All European people didn't descend from the Caucasus Mountains. That's very unscholarly and unlearned.
No. All
Just like
European
all black
people
people
didn't descend
don't
from the
come.
Caucasus Mountains, but no. Look. All European people aren't white either. That's your bad scholarship,
Thank you.
thinking that the
That's a
people
great.
from that land are white people.
I agree. I agree emphatically. I agree to that. All Europeans are not white people. I do definitely agree. That's
Okay,
what
so
I'm saying.
check this out,
But
right? All the so-called white Europeans do come from the Caucasus Mountains. This is why when you look up the word Caucasian in etymology, it stems for the entire white race, because it's known and emphatic that they all come from the Caucasus Mountains. When you go to Russia to this day, they have people that they call the Caucasians, who are the mothers of the race, which is why they call it Mother Russia, right?
So what I'm saying
They're
is,
the
bro,
mothers
these
of the
people.
Edomite stock.
So
So with that,
Japhet seed, he had all these sons that went up into
Japhet had all black
into
people.
that
In
region
fact,
and multiplied. And
let's continue on with what the elder said. Japhet had all black people. The reason why Esau was able to conquer is because
what
he's
I'm
the
saying
first.
is, that's a one West. I'm not gonna go with a one West doctrine,
Well, you don't
bro.
gotta go with
I
it,
don't
but it's
stand
gonna
on
make
one West
sense. I'm gonna
doctrine.
let the other people hear it because I'm sure they want to hear it. So check it out,
Bro,
right?
you going on
He
a rant?
says,
You're not dialoguing, bro.
it's my platform. So if I want to rant, I can do
Dialogue.
that. It says Japhet, also known historically later as the
Dialogue, bro. I'm
Mysians.
sure
Hold on.
bro.
Just listen to this last part and I'll let you go. Because all these
All right.
people you're going to have to look up before we have the debate, and not one of them are going to be white. That's on God. Okay? It says Japhet, also known historically later as Mysians, Minoans, Medes of Madai, one of Japhet's sons, who you can look up, Genesis chapter 10, verse 1 to 5, and Dan chapter 5, verse 31. Japhet, again, Mysians, Minoans, and Medes. These are the people that Japhet had to go on and conquer. Just like the only nations we know from Shem are the Israelites, the Edomites, the Elamites, and Moab and Ammon and Ishmael, right? He got 5 nations, right? Japhet has 3 that are known today. He has the Minoans, he has the Mysians, and the Medes, who are the Persians. We know that Darius, even in the movie 300, wasn't a freaking white man. They made sure they got an Elamite, a 7-foot bald head East Indian dude, because they know that the Medes are black people, right?
Yeah.
I don't know
But
who
look
called
though.
from Jones. So look, hold on. It says the word Gentile used for Japhet's nations, right? Genesis 10:5 is just another word meaning goyim, or large families, if you look up the etymology, right? Ham and Shem families are Gentiles as well, right? Because all the Shemites that are not Israel are still goyim. Okay, it says Genesis chapter 10, verse 1, verse 5, verse 20, verse 31, and verse 32. Later, Gentile word is used for other nations and even Israelites among them, because we start acting as the Gentiles. Still, no problem with the timeline, because everything's matching up if you actually know history. It says, but
What
history,
we
it
gotta
says,
deal with.
but when
We gotta deal with
Israelites follow
Alexander
the
the Great,
Hawah,
bro.
laws and grace, they are not labeled Gentiles, right? He tells us again. He says Javan, Mysian, and Manoan, a nation of Japhet, before black Danite Dorian Israelites took them over. I know you don't know the history of Dan, but the Danites were the people originally known as the Danes. I know if you look up the Danes and you watch all them stupid movies on I'm on HBI. You think that the Danes are white people with blonde hair and dreadlocks and braids, right? But the fact of the matter is, the reason they had dreadlocks and braids was because they was niggas. They was black people from the tribe of Dan, right? Some of which I can actually trace my blood back to, which is why I tell people I'm a Gadite or a Danite, right? Or Benjamin, because Benjamin was back there too. You understand what I'm saying? I can literally track my people back to the lands of Dan in the Danish people, or the what they now call the Scandinavians. The original
Well,
Scandinavians were not white people. They were black
so
people,
what
right?
I'm
They're the ones that
trying to tell
named
you,
England what it was called, the land of
one point.
angels. These were the people known as the Anglo-Saxons, which
Can I
history
get
tells
one
you
point? If you
were
won't make one
niggas.
point, then I go.
Moving
You
on.
can have the floor. Just give me
Go
one
ahead.
point.
What's your point?
What I'm saying is, brother, what was going on in Greece before Alexander the Great came to Persia?
He just told you the Danes were taking over the real people. Black Israelites as Scythians, Goths, right? The people who they took
So,
over, because I told you in nature knows no color line, right? Scythian was the word that they used for Ashkenazim. You,
all right,
Jonathan, think
okay,
Ashkenazi is for Ashkenaz, right? But the word
okay,
Ashkenazi
okay,
actually
okay,
means Scythian, okay? Who
okay,
were
okay, cool, okay, cool,
Israelites, which is why
okay,
they
cool.
stole our identity. They called themselves Jewish, and
Oh
they
my
called
God,
themselves
hey, brother,
Ashkenazi
okay,
Jew, which
okay, bro.
Ashkenazi means Scythian.
Oh, okay. Appreciate it. What I'm saying is, okay, so you saying that,
And
okay, you're
listen,
reading from a One West book, and I don't subscribe to that doctrine. What I'm saying is, so who killed Philip II, Alexander's father?
a black man? No,
A
a
black
brown
man?
man. A brown man.
Well, his bodyguard killed him. Okay, so his bodyguard killed him because he was setting out. He was going to set out to go to Persia. It was a
Uh-huh.
home. It was a land war before
His bodyguard
Alexander
was
the
a
Great.
Persian, was he not?
Said it again.
His bodyguard was a Persian, was he not?
No, his bodyguard was a Medo-Persian, brother.
That's
It
what I
was
said, a
don't
Medo-Persian. Medo-Persians are black, brother.
Macedonian. Okay,
Medo-Persians are
he was
niggas.
a
Yes.
Macedonian. His bodyguard was a Macedonian. What I'm saying is the war in Greece was among the cities in Greece. It was never outside of Greece. Alexander the Great had to handle what was at home first. He is slaughtered his own Macedonian. He slaughtered the people that was in his land first. He slaughtered Athens. He burnt down Thebes. He did all this to the people there, then gathered all the people among that he slaughtered and made one nation, brother. And once
This
he
is the
made that one
history on
nation
Philip
in
II. This is the
346
history on
BC,
Philip II. This is the history on Philip
huh?
II and the Macedonians. The actual history, not my opinion. This is from the book. It's called Two Worlds Apart, Worlds Together and Worlds Apart. Okay? It says, historians and biographers have filled the libraries with books about Alexander the Greek. Yet he still remains one of the most intriguing figures in world history because they still don't know more about him than what the Apocrypha says. It says Alexander came from the frontier state of Macedonia from north of Greece and commanded a highly mobile
Yes,
force armed with
I said that.
advanced military technologies. Hold on. It says under Alexander's predecessors, especially his father Philip II, Macedonia had become a large ethnic and territorial state. Philip had unified
Yes,
Macedonia. Hold on. Philip
yes.
unified Macedonia, right? And
Where's
then
Macedonia?
gone
It's
on
in
to
north of Greece,
conquering
brother.
neighboring states. This means that
Yeah.
by the time Alexander got on the scene, again, you have no history knowledge whatsoever. Alexander didn't have to handle what was at home. His daddy did it for him. Alexander took what was at home
No,
already
he
and
didn't.
took it
No,
and
he didn't.
used it
That's
and
not
went to go
factual,
take
brother.
the
That's
neighboring
not
countries with him.
factual. That's not
It's
factual. That's
100%
not
factual.
factual.
Every single
No, it's not.
historian,
Philip
you want to know
II.
how many historians had to look? Tignor had to put his signature on this before this went out to the world. Adelman had to put his signature on this before it went out to the world. Brown had to put his signature on this
Only
before it
two
went out to
people
the
who
world.
fought was
Elliman,
Alexander.
who's an East Indian, had to put who's an Elamite. Elliman, the Edomite, had to put his name on this before it went out to the world.
What
Lou,
I'm
the
saying is
Asian
Philip
man,
II.
Liu, right?
Philip
Moab.
II
He had to
only
put his
fought
name on this
two
before it
people.
went out to the world. Pittman and
Philip
Shaw
II
both
only
had
fought
to do it.
Athens and Sparta,
All these
brother.
historians, you're
That's
telling
all
me
they
don't know
fought.
what they talk about?
Philip II only fought the Athens and the Spartans. Athens and Spartans was the main source of Greece, brother. He came down from North Macedonia and came down into Greece until he fought the two main populous people that was Sparta and Athens, dog. Look it
Bro,
up,
you need to stop watching them YouTube history videos, okay?
Sparta,
Kings and generals don't teach the right history all the time. You got to stop watching kings and generals on YouTube.
You reading a college book to get your history, brother. You got more sources out here than a college book, brother. I can bring it to you.
All the sources I gave earlier, look, hold up. I gave at least 15 sources in this book. I gave at least 15 sources in this video. I gave at least 15 sources in this video. I gave at least 15 sources in this video before you came on. And all 15 of the sources agree with what this book said. Not one of them contradicted it. In fact, 15 of the sources out of 15 actually mentioned what was in this book.
That's a college source, brother. I'm not saying that the sources that you're reading are not all the way fatical, but what I'm saying is it's other sources out here, other scholars out here that's not.
What about the other 15 sources I brought out that you was watching?
That book just proved me right. That book that you read.
Hold on, but what's your thought?
Alexander came from Macedonia, the north of Greece. It just said.
No, but you said, but what you said though, what you said about Alexander. What you said about Alexander that was wrong that the book clarified was that you said that Alexander had to still conquer people at home and handle what was at home first.
It's on record. It's on record. I said he come from north of Macedonia, bro.
It's on record that you said he had to handle what was at home first and then go conquer places. And the book told you that Philip II.
They killed his daddy, bro. They killed his daddy. What do you mean?
This is Greece.
Great wasn't playing. He was 20. He was 20 years old. He wasn't a young buck. He was a grown ass man. They killed his daddy. What you think?
How do you know that Alexander wasn't trying to kill his daddy and that's how he got the throne? Because there's a lot of commentary that says that. Have you ever read that before? The same way Caligula got the throne from his uncle, the same way Caesar got the throne, the same way that what's the other dude name that got the throne from his uncle? A lot of them kill their people to get the throne. That's how. In fact, if you look up the history, every single Greek ruler after Caligula killed the prior ruler or poisoned him in order to get the throne. That's facts. Every single ruler after Caligula killed the other rulers to get the throne. And none of them was in. And guess what? It wasn't no more civil wars with Greece and Rome until way after Alexander died. The first civil war was between Antiochus and Ptolemy.
Okay, you answer my question. Rome don't hit the scene until who? After Alexander the Great died. It's a trickle from who? Greek.
Hold on, but Greek. What about Greek? You just cut yourself. Philip and Macedon weren't Romans. Well, listen, Philip and Macedon weren't Romans. Exactly. You just said that Rome. Hold on, let me finish. So you just said that Rome first came on the scene with Alexander, which means that Rome wasn't on the scene with Philip. His daddy.
After Alexander, brother.
I know. Let me finish. Stop cutting me off. I just said that twice, and you keep trying to repeat me. That means you're not fucking listening. Fuck you. Listen to me. Alexander is before. I mean, he's after the Romans, right? The Romans come on the scene once Alexander's on the scene. Alexander is known as a Roman general, correct or not?
Nah, he's a Greek. He's a Greek, brother. He died. After he died. That's when the problem came.
Let's Google it. Let's Google it.
He died in Europe. I mean, I'm not in Europe, but he didn't die in Macedonia. He died, I think, in Persia.
He died in Persia. Why? Yeah. And after the Greeks took over Persians, what did they start calling themselves? Was Antiochus a Greek or was he a Roman?
He gave his generals different inheritance, bro.
Was Ptolemy a Greek or a Roman?
He was a Roman. That's when he didn't go under the title of Greek. He went under the title of Rome. That's when.
So Ptolemy was a Roman, and Ptolemy was one of the Diadochi, but Alexander's a Greek.
Alexander is a Greek, a full Greek from Greece. He's a Greek. He's nothing else. He's nothing else. He's no other.
And Ptolemy, you said Ptolemy, his general. Ptolemy, the one that he gave Egypt to, the one that he gave Alexandria to. You said Ptolemy is a Roman, though. Ptolemy, who was there, born the same damn time, is a Roman, not a Greek.
When Alexander the Great passed away, he had generals that he gave his inheritance to, brother. Before he died, this is history. When 4 people die, they write down shit and they pass it down. It's like a will, brother. He had generals who he passed it down. That's where you get it's in history, brother. Get off the phone and look up when the Romans hit the scene. They come through the Greeks. The Greeks The Romans pushed the Greeks out, bro. They took over.
You
all
just said it,
lands,
brother.
Roman.
Thank you for saying it. We finally got it out of you. You just said it. Thank you. The Greeks come from the Romans, which means what? If Alexander ain't a black person, that must mean that they took over the land from the real Greeks, because the real Greeks was black, as you said.
The Romans come from the Greeks. Greeks was first,
Man.
then Romans.
Shalom, Mark. It's time for me to go to sleep. I gotta go to bed. Shalom. The man is running me in circles. We're gonna save it for the debate. No disrespect, Ak, but we're gonna have to save it for the debate. So we're gonna have to just save it for the debate. Because look, what I'm trying to get the brothers to understand, yes, Dan Donut, I know that what's his name? Alexander was actually he was technically a Greek, right? And you know what? Ptolemy was technically a Greek too. But I let him cut himself because he just said that Ptolemy was a Roman. And then he comes up again by saying the Romans come from the Greeks. That's where they came up from. So if the Romans come from the Greeks, don't that mean that the Greeks had to be that the white people that became the Romans had to have taken over from the real Greeks? So let me finish y'all reading what real scholarship is, right? The man who did all the history research, been in the truth for 20 plus years, right? Probably 30 plus years at this point. So this is from Elder Karash, the salt and pepper beard, white hair brother from Mount Zion 144K, right? So he says, continuing on, Japhet, also known historically later on as the Mysians, Minoans, and the Medes of Madai, one of Japhet's sons, right? Who's calling me? Hold on. Hello? Which one is this? This Brent? Bro, I told you that you was gonna have to come at me with something that was real scripture. You talking about carbon the whole time in the doctrine, bro. I'm in the middle of class, bro. Shalom. Niggas is wilding. He gonna
the whole time, I know him.
Talking about carbon the whole time, Negro.
He was in the chat the whole time talking about how he knows he's great.
Look, he called me and said, I'm disrespectful. What's disrespectful is me sending you a text message telling you we a Bible school. Come on here with Bible questions, and you gonna come in here in the chat talking about carbon.
You wanted to talk about the
carbon is not in the Bible one damn time, but you gonna ask it like it's a Bible question. And I told you we only asking Bible questions on Milk Monday. Of course, I ain't gonna tell you what time we come on. I tell you, I put the flyer out there that says we on at 9:30 every week. And then the brother called me because you didn't get on the show. You wasn't gonna get on the show. You talking about carbon. I ain't here to talk about carbon. The people don't want to hear about carbon. Okay? We already had other Israelites. The Sakari brothers got millions of videos from just last year when they was going against all you carbon doctrine Negroes and explaining to them how the shit don't make sense. So like how it don't make sense. How carbon just it's not a viable source to actually determine how old something is. You understand what I'm saying? People got to understand that, yo. Brent, I'm going to put the link in the chat. I'll talk to you for 5 minutes in front of everybody. If y'all got to go to sleep, go to sleep. We're going to give him 5 minutes so I could be fair.
He wants to talk about the periodic table.
There's the link. He want to talk about how the white man went up to the Caucasus Mountains and he really got black carbon and somehow he became a white man with black carbon. Junk don't make sense. If carbon is supposed to be what it is and it dates back as long as it can, right? Then why in the world would it change what you look like? If you could carbon date something and it keep the same fossilization and everything, the same DNA from the fossils, why all of a sudden does a man who's alive fossil change due to carbon? You see how brothers don't understand what they're saying? Now, I put the link in the chat and you explain to me how I just said it's possible. He said, don't make me post the screenshots. I'll post the screenshots. Look, here's from Yahweh all. These are Minoans. Do they look like white people to you? They don't look like black people, but they damn sure ain't Alexander the Greek. Look at that. These are the Minoans. And the brother says, I agree emphatically. All Europeans aren't white. So where did the non-white ones come from? Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about how Japhet got all right. Let's acknowledge that that the Jewish people actually converted that Esau converted to being Jewish. Okay. That's the Khazarians. Everybody knows that. There's a book called the 13th Tribe. There's Esau's Edom. There's the Khazars. There's Rome, Esau, and Edom, right? How many books you need? That's just 4. That tell you Esau, Edom in it, in Rome. The link is right above your comment, literally. Like your comment is right here, and the link is right above.
I just posted it.
It says Sons of Thunder Israelites, https://streamyard.com/h42hckgfw.
There you go.
All right. Can everybody hear me clearly? Can y'all hear me?
No, don't say con. He gonna say text. Just say yes.
No, bro. Can y'all hear me? I want to know if y'all can hear me.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, but I just want to start off by saying, one, I don't mean no disrespect. I'm talking with passion because, like I said, I've known Eric for a long. My bad, and I don't mean to call you. That's how I know you.
It's cool. They know my name by now.
All right, cool. Yeah. So yeah, I know Eric for a minute. We've always had like a playful nature way back when. So when me and Eric are talking with one another, we can get passionate like that. So I don't want to make it seem like it's coming off as disrespect. What I'm saying is I've been paying attention behind the scenes a lot, just learning from everybody else. And the reason why I say carbon, the reason why I say carbon is, to me, carbon is God's word. What happened is throughout history, things we've gone off of like different stories that our ancestors passed down. We know how the telephone game works. So in the sense that when we all start talking and things get misconstrued, or you have the Tower of Babel, when we all get separated from together, because before then we all had a common tongue or a common sense or a conscience. That's CON or CKAN or whatever, however y'all want to pronounce it. It keeps popping up. It's been very repetitive from what I've seen recently. All I want to say is I get what y'all are saying, and the reason why I say that albinos are white people, because if you go genetically or how genetics work, and just a simple math equation, we know two black as hell people can make an albino kid. How many albino adults do y'all know throughout history? Like grown adults. Have you met any?
Yeah.
Okay, you know what they look like, right? Like, have you seen them in person? They're super fucking white because they lack melanin. Melanin is just carbon captured in our skin. That's why we can stay under the sun. That's why we're stronger than them. That's why we're faster than them. That's why we're older than them. That's what carbon does.
Hold on, before you continue, I'm gonna let you continue. Can you just answer this? Do you agree that even when two black people, right? Let's not say white albinos or Asian albinos. When two black people have albino kids, does the kid not have white skin but all black people features? Do they not have a broad nose and big lips and stuff just like their parents do?
Yeah, that's where you get Neanderthals from.
No, but Neanderthals don't have broad noses and big lips. They look just like
they did. No, all right. So they did before they went up into the mountains. So I'm gonna put it into a biblical sense. I'm gonna get the story. We're just talking about.
So you believe in evolution?
Yeah, I believe in evolution because God created us throughout evolution. So explain me this, right?
Hold on. So wait. Evolution also means that we had to evolve from an animal, then, right?
Yep. That's why all of the ancient cultures worshipped all different types of animals, because they recognized what the animals were before. Okay,
so explain me this then, right? With that knowledge that you have, right? Because that sounds very intelligent. I didn't actually think about that, but now that I'm thinking about it, the thing I have a question about is, after things evolve, aren't they supposed to not exist no more because you already evolved to the next thing? So
Yeah,
come from
and that's why we end up. Hey, hold on, and that's why we end up finding bones of things that no longer exist. The way
hold on,
they
but why
tell
do the
how
things
old.
that we're supposed to come from still exist though? Because if we come from
Huh?
monkeys shouldn't be here no more. We should just be finding their bones, right?
No, what end up happening
But
is
just like the
it's a
Homo
process.
erectus,
Hold
we
on,
don't
time
find
out,
the
time
Homo
out,
erectus anymore.
time
We
out.
only find
I'm gonna
bones
answer.
of Homo erectus because we were
Yes.
supposed
All
to
right.
have evolved into Homo sapiens, right? So tell me why
Yes.
that works with the Homo erectus, but it don't work with the Homo sapien. Why it works with the
It's a.
dinosaurs, but it don't work with the monkey? Explain
You
that
want
to
to
me.
know why? It's a simple process called natural selection, Brody. And what I mean by natural selection is survival of the fittest. How many times have we heard that phrase throughout history? It's always about survival
But
of the
survival of the
fittest.
fittest, like when something survives, that means that something else took it out. You know what I'm saying? The
Yes, and
flood,
that's why us
the
black
dinosaurs,
folks.
that's why they're
That's
not
what
here no more. They weren't fit enough to survive.
exactly.
Right?
Yeah,
So
and that's
if
where the
I'm
Dead
a
Sea
human
comes from.
and I evolved from a monkey, then that
Hmm.
means I got to take the monkey out because it's survival of the fittest. If I don't, the monkey gonna try to kill me, right? So if we going against gorillas, and let's say
Yeah.
Shaq ain't really. Oh no, not Shaq. Let's say
Yeah. Shaq is a fucking gorilla. Tell me he not.
no. I ain't gonna use Shaq. I'm gonna do him like that.
Come
I'm
on
gonna
now,
use
bro.
Charles Barkley,
That's how
right?
close we
Let's
are,
talk like
bro.
that. So
That's how
let's say
close we are, bro.
let's say Charles Barkley is a chimpanzee or something, a really big one,
He looks
right?
like a damn chimpanzee to me.
You look like a chimpanzee, right? So let's say, right?
Yes.
So explain why the chimpanzee is still at the zoo and they ain't got Charles Barkley in that thing, bro?
Once again, it's called natural selection. Once you start integrating things, so even animals to this day,
How
we
can you
see
actually
that there's.
selection
Hold on, let me finish.
somebody?
Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me
Go
finish.
ahead.
I'll let you finish. All right. So in nature, we see today already that animals run in packs, kind of like how humans do. They typically cling to their own. So what ends up happening is, like, you even already have albino monkeys and regular black gorillas. So after time, those two different types of sex of things start to integrate. To me, that's what the mark of Cain is. It's albinism. It's the God took away his grace. And to me, when I think of God, I look at my skin and I can like put some oil on. I go outside and I look like I'm shining like a penny. To me, I'm glowing. That's what God is to me. Y'all laughing. You can laugh all you want, but like, am I saying anything incorrect right now?
Yes,
Because
very.
us black folks, we say that we're the closest thing to God. God is chosen people, the 12 tribes. The
Tell
number
me
12
when
is so
God
damn.
chose monkeys, because you said natural selection. When did God ever choose the monkey?
The God chose the monkey
Yeah,
by
that's
the black
what I'm
monkey. The
talking
black monkey still no. The God chose the black monkey because once again, the presence of carbon is black. Everything that comes together, the black suns that's on this the sun, it's a combination of all different types of pieces of
So how
heat
Michael
that has
Jackson get
mixed together.
bubbles? Black monkey's supposed to be
Huh?
where we come from.
Say
Michael
what?
Jackson had a black monkey. His name was Bubbles. You remember?
Yes. Okay.
How Bubbles get to be around but
Okay.
Michael's
So no, Michael Jackson is a
not
perfect
natural
Michael
selection.
Jackson. Michael Jackson is a perfect example of how the fuck things came the way they were. Okay, so Michael Jackson was born black, right? We know this. But
Right?
he had a skin pigmentation problem called vitiligo. What
No, it's
vitiligo does is it's
called
called
leprosy.
vitiligo.
It's
It's
called
okay,
leprosy.
leprosy, same thing. It was called leprosy back in the ancient time.
Vitiligo didn't come about till like,
Vitiligo is
huh?
vitiligo is more of a common day. It's the same thing. I agree with you. He had leprosy. Okay. So all that is a lack of pigmentation in certain spots of the skin. And what ends up happening is it happens throughout history. We see people that have dark patches all over their skin. It's called birthmarks. All right. But whenever two black people have a child together and it comes out completely white, that's what God deemed as the mark of Cain. All of the melanin was stripped away from him. That means that he could not no longer stay in the hot climates of the sun. So they had to move up north all the way to the Russia, Europe, you call it Mother Russia, all that, they had to move up
That's the
north.
case.
They
Why
had to
can't the white
move
man stay
to
in the Middle East right now? How did
say
Alexander the
what?
Great be able to? I said, if that's the case, how is Alexander able to stay in the Middle East if he's don't have the skin pigmentation for it? How did they end up in Mount Seir? Because
They
I
had
don't know
to
if
no, they fled. No, hold on, I got
every
you.
single person. Hold up. Every single source that I brought out today basically explained that the so-called white race, the people known as the Caucasians, originated in Mount Seir, which is in the Middle East, the hottest damn place on the earth. So tell me why
they're originally black.
They were just supposed to move up to the mountains, and how they stayed there for a whole millennium. Matter of fact, in order to build them coliseums, just like in the places that they show in Greece and Rome, where you said that they moved to, where it was colder. You know what I'm saying? How were they able to stay in Petra so long if they weren't supposed to be there?
All right. So like I said, you call it leprosy. There's another term called vitiligo, but the completion of it all is called albinism. When there's no presence of God's grace on our skin, it's called albinism. But there's different people that are born throughout history that have patches over them. And those patches, you call them leprosy. Some people call it vitiligo. All it is just a bunch of different terms.
All right, so I'm not familiar. So answer this right quick. My great grandmother, right?
Yep.
May she rest her soul, right? She had what they called vitiligo, right? When she was younger, it was called leprosy or whatever, right? Vitiligo. By the time I met her, wasn't no black spots on her at all. She was a black white skinned lady to me, right? It was the weirdest thing I ever seen, because the woman looked like a black woman in the face. She got black people hair, but when I look at her skin, she got no color. It's like a whiteout marker just when they just went and wiped out her skin. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you're telling me that that's natural selection. First of all, that's my first question, right? That's what you're saying? Okay, so with that being said, you're also saying that she was an albino, right?
No, she had a piece of leprosy or a piece of vitiligo. She wasn't complete.
Okay, so what's the albino. I'm confused. So what's the difference between a person with as you said, a piece of leprosy and a person with vitiligo?
Vitiligo? All right, so like you said, when your grandmother was growing up, rest her soul, when she was growing up, she had pieces of vitiligo, but before it was called leprosy. Like I said, I agree with you. Those are similar terms. They're just given in a different tongue. But like I said, if the entire body then becomes vitiligo or leprosy, or that it wipes away the melanin off the skin, it's literally just leaving off the skin. That is called albinism, or people that are albino, the complete absence of melanin or God's grace, or whatever the hell you want to call it. That's what it is. It's a science lesson.
All right, so maybe that's what Moses was talking about, huh? When the people was getting their colors changed and stuff, and the Most High made him put his hand in his bosom. He said, "Hey, Moses, natural selection. Put your hand in your bosom, and then pull your hand out your bosom, right? And you're gonna like mark a Cain. And then once you put your hand back in your bosom, and you're gonna be natural selection." That's what he said. Oh no, evolution.
It's something. It sounds funny, but it's literally just that simple. These people, this one person, you can't tell me this one man named Adam lived for 900 or whatever long years. He did it. It's a collective group, and they literally call people back in the day. Literally called him Adam.
Hold on. So you believe that there was fossils? Wait, hold up. So you believe there was fossils of 450-foot people? But you can't believe that those 450-foot people were living until they were 900 years old?
Okay, do you believe in dinosaurs?
You believe that we came from monkeys that are still here, even though
you believe in dinosaurs?
Pterodactyl had to be evolutionized and it became a bird, and the pterodactyl ain't here no more, right?
Do you believe in dinosaurs?
They left from that big old school crocodile that's not called a crocodile.
Yeah, it's called CO2. And guess what the Bible also says? Guess what the Bible also says? Do not disturb the dead. So guess what ends up happening when you end up digging up petroleum oil? All petroleum oil is old ass dinosaurs or big ass organisms of plants that have been compressed down, and it becomes CO2. And then when you burn it, it gets caught.
No more, though? Do you believe in the soul?
Yes. That's what the carbon is.
Body goes into the ground, right? So technically, you're not disturbing the dead. Person's dead.
No, but you're disturbing the dead when you burn it. All of the souls end up going, quote unquote, the souls or the carbon ends up going back into the atmosphere or the heavens. And then what ends up happening is, since the gates of heaven is closed, we have a closed atmosphere around our planet that protects us from all the darkness on the outside, aka space, or the devil, or the unknown, whatever the fuck title you want to give it. when you burn those fuels and those souls go up to the heaven, and what end up happening is you get a break in the ozone layer. And when that break in the ozone layer ends up happening, we end up getting something called God's wrath. During God's wrath, there's a piece of the sun that now can penetrate through the fucking earth and hit a piece of land and burn the shit to crisp. You want to call it God's wrath, God's whip, whatever the fuck you want to call it, but that's what ended up happening to the Sahara Desert, because there's also ancient Egyptian and ancient Kemet, or whatever the hell title you want to give it, civilizations that's found in the Sahara Desert. But the reason why we don't know nothing about the Sahara Desert is because it was wiped out by a major solar flare. The word sun and sun is always, that has transcended time, because we've always called the damn sun the sun.
Okay. Check this out. I know what the problem is. I just found out why we can't agree with each other. Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to take science, the white man's science at that, shit that he don't even understand, right? You're taking
I'm not going off of them. That's the funny part. I'm going off of the black folks. And you know who the black original scientists were? The fucking Egyptians. They've written it on the walls. And that predates everything. 18,000 years. I'm going off of a timeline.
You want to know what predates the Egyptians? Mesopotamia. And you know who was running that?
No, it does not. It does not. Mesopotamia comes around 3,000. Hold on, no. Mesopotamia comes around, the tablets that we found in Mesopotamia comes around 3,000 BC. 3,000 BC. What is older than the pyramids of Egypt? Because Egypt predates 18,000 BC. Tell me what's older than the pyramids of Egypt.
So you think that the pyramids of Egypt are older than what's in Mesopotamia? You really think that?
Because that's where civilization started. Yes.
No. Civilization started in what they call the Fertile Crescent. Do you know that Egypt?
Where's Egypt? Where's Egypt? Where's Egypt? It's on the Fertile Crescent, ain't it?
Let's look at it.
Egypt's on the Fertile Crescent, ain't it?
No, Egypt is not considered the Fertile Crescent. The Fertile Crescent is where Israel is. Let's get a map.
What's underneath? What's underneath? What is underneath? Israel,
underneath
the Dead Sea, right?
the Nile River, which is where Egypt begins.
Oh my God! Okay, and then guess what? So what's in the middle of both of them? It's called the Dead Sea, right?
I'm tired of hearing the BS.
All right, cool. I'm gonna pull up Google Earth so that way I can make sure I see this shit correctly.
I'm doing it right here. I'm doing it on the thing. I
got you. We got the Mediterranean Sea, right? And then the Black Sea, which was also back in the day called the Dead Sea.
Everybody can see.
That's fine. Listen, we can both pull up a damn globe. I'm pretty sure we're smart enough to do that.
Let's go.
Don't insult my intelligence.
You the one said Egypt's in the Fertile Crescent. I didn't say that. I didn't insult anything. You insulted yourself.
Egypt is in the Fertile Crescent because Israel is in the Fertile Crescent.
Okay,
so right next to each other.
All right. Because I have.
And then guess what? At the top of the Nile. Guess what? I'm about to really fuck it up for you.
I have the book. Hey, hold on.
I'm gonna really fuck it up for you. They really call it. They call it the Fertile Crescent because look at the basin. Look at the basin at the very top of the Nile River. It looks like a woman's period, and the shit is leaking down throughout Egypt, which started the first civilizations. The Nile River is the only thing that is still standing, and that's where civilization began.
Right? I don't know if you can see this, but Israel, according to its actual territory, the map that we were given, the land allotments we were given by the Most High, it stops right around here, around Suez, right?
Okay, and what's next to that?
If you look up the Fertile Crescent is from the Port Said all the way to where they call Beirut. This is the Fertile Crescent area, my friend.
Now look up what is right next to Israel.
Mansoura, Alexandria.
That's called Egypt.
Capital right here.
Yeah, that's Egypt.
This is Egypt, right?
Yeah, that's Egypt. Mm-hmm.
Fertile Crescent.
That's what I just said. Yeah,
right here.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Not the same thing.
It is the same thing because you know what happened right there. It's called the story of Noah. It's called the story of Noah. The Mediterranean Sea is what that fucking flood came and did. That's why we find all of our ancient texts underneath the Mediterranean Sea. Dead Sea Scrolls, all that shit. That's where that comes from.
Okay, I gotta let you go, bro. There's no disrespect, but you're gonna get our channel cut off. It's too much cussing. They'll ban us for that. I was trying to tell you, chill. But that's not the Fertile Crescent. I mean, what's on the map is the Fertile Crescent. As y'all can see, a crescent is what the moon shape makes, right? It makes the little crescent moon shape. There's nowhere over here that nowhere in Egypt that actually makes a crescent. Show me where the crescent is, guys. Do y'all see a crescent anywhere over here? Or am I tripping? Am I tripping? Or do y'all see a crescent? Because I don't see it still.
Yeah.
All right, just making sure.
Tripping.
So Mesopotamia, for those of you guys that don't know, was right around here. And you know what this is? This is the Fertile Crescent. Babylonia, right? Babylon is Iraq. You know what that is? Right here. Okay? Iraq, right here. Okay? So, Babylon, Assyria, right? Babylon, Assyria, Syria, right? Babylon, Assyria was Mesopotamia. Huh? Aren't those the two biggest, most famous lands in the Mesopotamian dynasties? Babylon and Assyria? Both of these places are right here. Egypt is way down here. What are you talking about? So, history, all of the historians, except for the ones who believe in Egyptology, which is why they would say that Mesopotamia came afterwards, because they want to be the rulers of the Levant, right? They want to give it to Canaan. They want to give it to the youngest son, Ham, not the oldest son, Shem, right? Even the dictionaries tell you that Shem is the oldest. So if Shem is the oldest son, how the heck is the first civilization going to be in the youngest son's territory? Does that make any damn sense? So with that, I know it's been a lot today. I said I was going to keep y'all for just a couple of little minutes, bro, but it didn't work out that way. So, Salakia. But what the brother got to understand, Brent, there's no disrespect, but me and you are never going to agree, I see, because you're trying to you're trying to combine science with the Bible, and you can't do that. This is why either scientists believe in the Bible or they say there is no God, right? You have to say there is no God, and then you have to make up the stuff that you make up, which doesn't align with the Bible, right? History aligns with the Bible because Bible is a history book. It mentions actual people in history, which means that the timeline of the Bible has to match what the timeline of history does, right? For those of you that don't know, historians match their timeline up with the Bible's timeline. It's not the other way around. Ain't nobody rewriting the Bible right now, guys. So when they find a new thing in history, they match it up with what the Bible says, and they try to match the timeline like that. This is why Darius and Cyrus are in the timeline the same way that the Bible has them in the timeline, right? This is why Alexander and the generals are in the timeline the same way that history has them in the timeline, because it comes from the Bible. So people got to understand that. I saw the brother Dan Donut or whatever his name was trying to say that Abraham was white. Abraham was not white except for the book of Enoch, right? Or is it book of Joshua, one of them. And in that book, it wasn't technically mean that he was white skin. It meant white as in pure. Pure, guys. White as in pure. You know what I'm saying? It says we're going to be dressed in all white in the kingdom, right? In Revelations. Does that mean everybody going to have white skin? Or are we just dressed in white? Okay, yeah, book of Enoch. So because brothers don't understand it, this is why we can't use the book. It says things like that that make brothers believe he was white. And then brothers say, well, Noah was white. How can Esau be white if all the people come from a black man? These are the same Negroes that say Noah was white, but he had 3 black kids. Y'all are nothing but walking contradictions, bro. You sound smart, but then when people that actually know something hear you, all we can do is laugh at you because it's like, this nigga really think you know something. You know what I'm saying? You talking about the flow of water and all this other stuff. You need to go watch the videos out because I did a class on how the Nile River flows and you know how Jerusalem is the mother of us all. That was like the first or second Milk Monday. They got all the precepts already. That's why they were laughing at you. They knew that you didn't know what you was talking about because I already gave them facts to prove all the stuff that you said wrong in prior videos. You was on that scientific mumbo jumbo stuff. You know what I'm saying? Whoever you read it from made it up as they went. It wasn't real information that they gave you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You got to be careful of that, especially trying to mix in the Bible with this. This is just a way for y'all to see, bro. Israel got doctrines. What Joel was saying in the video? Doctrines. That's what brothers was doing the whole time. I could see Malachi, Yaquab in the like at their cribs. Doctrines. That's what it is, bro. So y'all see it today, man. I'm gonna go to sleep. I gotta take a drug test in the morning. So y'all be safe, man. I hope that y'all can not fall like brothers did tonight to the doctrines. Okay? Because it's stuff out here that just don't make no sense, yo, that people are saying. It don't make no sense. Brothers is out here trying to say that the Greeks wasn't Romans and the Romans was Greeks. I don't know if y'all caught that. The Greeks wasn't Romans, but the Romans was Greeks. And they was all white. But all Europeans ain't white. And the ones that was white converted to Judaism, so they not white no more because Esau was the first black man on earth. Niggas don't make no sense. If Esau the first if he the first white man on earth and he the only person that had white people, how do we get at Alexander in the first place? How do the people in the world look like him? Why is there anybody that looks like Donald Trump, Jonathan? Why does anybody look like Mitch McConnell? President Bush, right? Why does Obama's mom look like Obama's mom if Esau was a black man? Where do these people come from? You said you don't believe they're albinos. You would have been better off telling me what Britain said. Because Britain junk actually make more sense if you don't know nothing. If you don't know nothing, it's easy to say they're albinos. Because it's more of them there. You could say a race of albinos even though it don't make no sense. You know there's no such thing as a race of albinos, but it make more sense than saying there's no such thing as white people, they're all black. Esau was black. So then where do white folks come from? Ain't no other description of a man in the whole Bible as a color other than black, right? It tells you that the faces of Jacob shall not wax pale. So if the pale person isn't the guy who Jacob is, isn't who Esau's brother is, right? Tell me how we got pale people in the first place. They can't answer that, Derek. They can't do it. How did we get the pale-skinned people? If Esau wasn't the pale-skinned man, tell me which guy in history made all these crackers with blonde hair and blue eyes? Who was it? So till they can answer that question, man, this should just be more proof that the truth of One West stands strong, undefeated. Straight like that. Brothers can fight it all they want. They say the Hispanics and natives ain't Israelites. We got something to come back at that. They say Esau ain't the white man. We got something to come back at that. They say the Israelites are only people with long knees. We got comebacks for that. You know, Negroes. Negroes. Yeah, all right. Y'all ain't catch it. Y'all was. It's too late. We gonna go. So brothers got to get it, man. You just got to get right with the Most High. You got to get right in these scriptures, bro. Get your books. Stop listening to what these dudes are saying on YouTube because they don't know what they're talking about. Stop listening to these Facebook guys because they don't know what they're talking about. If you're trying to match the Bible and science together, and all the scientists themselves tell you can't believe in both. Two can't walk together unless they be agreed. Even scientists know that, right? They'll tell you Big Bang Theory, not 7 days, the Most High created, he rested on the seventh. They don't tell you that. They tell you Big Bang, boom, right? Because they don't want you believing the Most High. They don't have no answer for that. If they tell you the Most High stuff is what's real, then that means you can't believe in nothing that science gave you because they don't align with each other. So to make you believe science, which is not fact at all, it's all theories, Brenton, you came up here and spread a bunch of theories at me. There's not a scientist on the planet dumb enough to say, the fact of the matter is this. They say, this is my theory. The theory of the Big Bang theory, right? The evolution theory, right? Mm-hmm. But you bringing it to us like it's fact. The carbon dating theory. You didn't know it was a theory that they could carbon date things back to 15,000 years ago, or 1,500,000 years ago, whatever you said. So I'm gonna stop rambling, man. surprised we still got 100+ people still on here. Y'all, Israel just like y'all just like absurdness. Y'all like a bunch of BS. That's all y'all like. If this was a lesson the whole time about how you're supposed to believe in the gospel and we teaching what the whole gospel is, it would have been 65 people on here the whole time. But because we debating some idiots and y'all can see they idiots, y'all just want to hop on and everybody stay on live. Y'all need to get right, Israel. Y'all can't just be watching stuff because it's entertainment, man. You're supposed to be trying to learn this stuff so that you could teach people this stuff too.
That's right.
Y'all just coming in to watch for entertainment is the reason why people like Dan keep saying what he's saying. He ain't stopped yet. He's still going at it. We ain't even talking no more.
Yo, he hoping you gonna send him a link. That ain't happening.
I ain't finna send you a link. You ain't got no picture. You might be an Edomite. I don't know no Negro's last name Danut. That's a little suspect.
He's under.
Just saying. So with that, we're gonna say Shalom. We are the sons of the Israelites. It's our hope and prayer and desire that all Israel might be saved. No scoffers next week. I ain't letting y'all in. I ain't sending no links. Next week we gotta talk about Mitres, the shield or the crest of Israel, right? As the Bible says, and some other things. Because brothers still asking me questions about that. I got sisters asking me what modesty is, and I ain't a sister. So I'm gonna try to explain that, but I ain't a sister. So, we'll get into it though. So yeah. Hope y'all enjoyed the night. Hope y'all enjoyed the lesson. Like the video before you leave. Baba Kashaf. Shalom.
Shalom.